Hello, good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. It is time for art. How's everybody doing? Hello. Hello. How be you? We're doing an art stream today. I don't know if I'll be going too long. I was a bit sick yesterday. I feel better today, but I'll probably have a little less energy. So I don't know if I'll be able to go until the usual way too late. But I'll do what I can. We also don't have kind of any pressing kind of illustrations that we absolutely have to kind of do these elements, so it's a little free today. Um, so one of the things that should be happening, pardon me, is we're kind of working on some merch stuff, um, getting a shop together, and I don't want to kind of like go too into details because we don't have them all totally hammered out, but I think we might even do an art contest for the birthday. So that hopefully we'll have stuff next week. I was hoping to announce things today, more officially with specific details, but I think that there's still some things we're trying to hammer out. But one of the reasons I bring that up is I'm actually looking at potentially doing some redraws today. Um, yeah, no, it should be okay. I should be able to hold it today. Feeling much better today, anyways. Um, but so one of the things we're looking at is kind of like getting some cool T-shirt designs together. We currently have two that we've done. One of them I did here, this one right here, for EGLX. It was kind of like a fun little thing I whipped up, and I like it a lot. So that might be in the shop when it comes. And then also Lauren's working on a birthday shirt that looks really good. And so that would also be pretty rad to have. But we're also looking at kind of like taking old favorite mice and kind of like making them into potentially like stickers or mugs or phone cases, kind of like whatever you guys are most interested in, because that's the kind of stuff that we should have available to you guys, and we really never have any proper capacity. Yeah. Um, Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, sorry if I'm kind of like stepping on toes by kind of like talking about this right now. Why is my the camera image reversed? Because when I talk to the camera, I kind of just look at myself. This is me looking at my monitor instead of directly at the camera, which is better practice because it's like I'm talking to you. Um, but it makes it so that when I'm looking at myself in the image, I'm not kind of like reversed. It just makes it more comfortable. So like if I move my hand like this, it feels like I'm looking at a mirror doing that. And it's easier to kind of point at things when I don't need to ever. But yeah, I'm just more comfortable with it this way. But yeah, obviously shirts are reversed that on screen. Um, I, I do believe that if you were to order it when that's available, it will say it in the proper orientation. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. Is like the face that I see like on screen is the one that I'm used to seeing because it's the mirrored version. But if you guys were to meet me in real life, I might look weird because it's actually swapped. Um, so that's just something to kind of be aware of. Not that that's super critical. Uh, I was talking about doing potential redraws of old favorites. And so there were kind of a few that came up. Um, and what happened to the current iteration of Floating Islands? It is kind of in design kind of shake up still, unfortunately. Um, we're kind of like attacking it from a bunch of different angles, trying different things. The original kind of prototype that I put out was a little too standalone gamey in a sense, and kind of like pretty heavy and required a lot. So we're looking at different angles on how to try that. We have quite a few different fun ideas, a lot that I'm really excited about. So hopefully we'll have that locked down real soon. So that is where it's at. No specific kind of detailed updates on that yet. I'm sure that when we start doing kind of a lot more kind of heavy art that's content based, you'll have a better idea of what the situation is. Because currently we're not kind of going super heavy into content creation art side. Because until we've kind of truly locked down on where we're going with it, we don't want to get too many kind of like characters. Instead, we're kind of like working on things that we've always kind of wanted to be able to update and deal with while we're kind of developing the idea that we really need to hit. But that should all be kind of coming to an end soon, and we should be starting full-on production very soon. So yeah, I wouldn't say scrapped, but like it's elements have been kind of like removed, replaced, and in a sense scrapped. That yes, we are kind of like trying all different angles to see if there's fresh kind of not a 3-year-old kind of prototype created by an illustrator who is not a good programmer. But yeah, we have tons of ideas, and it's just kind of like right now we're just kind of like having them gauntlet up against each other and kind of finding weak points, improving those. It's all part of how we develop stuff. I think that we're still kind of learning and developing how we develop stuff, but yeah, it can be tough with the small team we have. A lot of the time there's a need to kind of like shift gears, and it's hard to kind of like keep a momentum on the kind of conceptual development, because that's super important, but like it can be difficult. And thankfully the event season has been kind of like strong enough with the kind of ideas that we've been rebuilding, and kind of like doing little tweaks and updates to, and you guys seem to be enjoying most of them. And so it's kind of minimal on our end, so we can focus on those other elements, which are very important. So thankfully we've kind of gotten into a rhythm with that. Yeah, like all the birthday stuff's basically ready to go. There's a couple kind of like, uh, little kind of final things that always kind of get wrapped up at the very end before release that we need to do on it, but that should be coming very soon. Oh, thank you, Eugene. Yeah, so an idea, and this isn't what we have to go with, but there has always been kind of this understanding that the white mouse, and I say that with trepidation, the white mouse is kind of an iconic character for the MouseHunt franchise. And I would like to bring it back as potential merchandise, because we actually did have an online store a long time ago. It was real bad. And I think we, like, the only sales we ever did were things we bought for the office, like mugs and stuff, because I don't think we ever even really let you guys know that we had it. And it was like terrible. Like the prices were insane for what you would have to pay to get like a tiny little mug. At any rate, we had like the white mouse kind of face on things, and it looked terrible, but it was cute. So with the trepidation of it's dangerous to kind of like go and alter such an iconic character, what I want to do, if you guys are okay with it, would be to basically update the kind of like the asset to be print worthy while still maintaining its charm. So kind of like respecting the design choices I made 12 years ago, which I don't, but here we go. I would basically try and update it so that it wouldn't be really kind of like crunchy and gross and pixely if it were printed on, something a little bigger, or even just a mug anyways. Will I ever be posting to my own YouTube channel? I should. everyone's been hounding me about doing my like proper kind of social media stuff. And I do really want to do like more painting videos, like recording them, but I don't have the hard drive space. So I need to go buy a hard drive that I can just dump like several gig files on, because when I do a recording, it's like 10 gigs just to record a single painting before I edit it, and then I can get it down a lot when I edit it. But um, I don't always kind of like immediately go to edit it after I paint something, because I'm bad at it. So basically, I can end up with hundreds of gigs of just kind of like videos, just kind of like eating up hard drive space. And currently, my setup doesn't have like a good big external, or not external, but just like dump drive that isn't already full, because we have all of the MouseHunt assets, which is quite a few. There's a lot. That takes a good chunk. And then I have, video games and stuff that I do that. So yeah, I do want to do that. I also forget to do that. I'm pretty bad at it. But yeah, so I just need to like go grab a like cheap, huge hard drive and actually do the thing. That's my excuse, is just like a bad one. But yeah, editing can take a while, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of it, but it wasn't bad when I was actually doing it. So I should do that. Thank you for bringing that up. Um, yeah. Anyways, um, give us a new white mouse. Ooh, I wonder, would that actually fly today? I know years ago it would not. Like we brought out the idea, and I could have sworn there was people that teleported in front of the office with pitchforks and like torches and stuff. But yeah, maybe that would be acceptable, because I mean, I am the artist that drew it initially. If I am kind of, bringing it up to date a little bit more, yet still maintaining the same kind of feel. I think as long as I don't change it dramatically, you know, I think I could update it to look like it fits with the rest of the art style, but like still maintain the kind of the feeling that it has. Um, and I would love that. I could create the asset that way, and then, you know, kind of let you guys kind of decide if you would want that actually. Um, yeah. Oh, man. All right. That's a good point, Eileen. Yeah. But just think of it. It's like the OG LE white mouse. But like legitimately, I would definitely try and maintain the exact same aesthetic. Honestly, like, well, let me even like pull up the the image. I was also looking at the black mouse, or the Black Widow mouse. Sorry, because she's also kind of like one of those, um, you know, pretty like well known, and like has some interesting history in the, to the players, um, and like she doesn't look too bad, but if it were printed up, there's a lot of kind of like elements, and like it's not very high res, right? You can see all these pixels. There's lots of kind of like weird blur brush stroke stuff that I would prefer to kind of update and clean up, because like it would work. I don't think it would look that great printed though, so that could work. But yeah, alternately the white mouse, um, literally the first mouse that was ever created for MouseHunt, which is another reason why there's kind of like this special kind of element about it. But like, it's real pixely, real kind of like jiggly lines and bad colors, and just like Tangents. Just like what even is this? What's this? I'm not saying that, I can blame me. I literally like drew this, you know, because Giorgio was like, hey, uh, our office, which is not a video game office at the time, is working on a game idea. Do you want to kind of create some concept characters for it? And so this is like literally the first drawing that started MouseHunt and like the gaming chapter of Hit Grab. Um, and so yeah, like when I created it, I was kind of like, well, I don't know what direction or anything. I was kind of trying a bunch of different things. Like I literally drew this mouse and the original Dragon mouse in basically the same time, like the pirate. Like I tried a bunch of different things. But like this was drawn, you can kind of see like, I think like pencil sketches, uh, and like I used a like felt tip pen to like ink this and scanned it in on my like real old scanner that like took 10 maybe 20 minutes to scan it in at like some ridiculous resolution, which then wasn't really even used properly. Also, I like plopped the image in, and I believe I was like just erasing around, and then I like set the like inking to like a multiply layer, which is why there's this kind of like this gray around the line work. That would be the original kind of scanned paper itself coming through, and then that line is like the felt tipped marker. Um, and then yeah, so I mean it's interesting. One of the few mice with whiskers. I guess the Black Widow also has them. But yeah, like there is actually some really good stuff that I like about this character still. Well, not really good, but like some things that I think are okay. Like uh, the shapes aren't terrible. Like there's some interesting kind of like play on each other. Some big and small that kind of like you know they work together. But like one of the things I would like to do is just clean up. Like I don't like that it has kind of this hard edge here necessarily, and like the colors are really muddy and bad. Um, so yeah, that's just kind of the idea. Like I would potentially even keep it with all the line work, but like make it nice and clean and not weird and fuzzy and bad. I don't do line work. Not good at it. Um, but for this one mouse specifically, I would potentially accept doing it. Oh man, look at all these. Oh yeah, St. Patrick's Day. All these layers. What do they even do? What was I thinking? Whoa. I did like a whole bunch of layers for that. And like I didn't even know what kind of background I was gonna have for it, so I had like, oh, maybe we'll have it on a grayscale, like gradient or something. Before we were kind of like, no, let's just use a simple white backdrop. So yeah. All right, let me take a look at the chat since I've been very bad at keeping up with it. Hmm. Oh, right. Interesting point. If I update this, I'd have to update the mutated white mouse too. Actually, I wonder, did I update that? I know we updated, maybe not the mutated ones. Let me see if I can find that. Lab experiments. Oh no, it wasn't. It was like the gray and the brown mouse. Those got updated. So the mutated ones did as well. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad to update that as well. You know. But that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. Okay. Well, that's worth considering. All right. Yeah, the OG Dragon, I was actually surprised how well that held up. Although, let me take a look right now. I don't know if I agree anymore. Draconic Brood, I guess. Yeah, all right. I would change around a lot of the muscle structure nowadays. I didn't really know what I was doing. But there's some good stuff about it, considering it was one of the very first still. It wasn't like one of the very first. We'd kind of developed a few areas before I made that because it was with the Tribal Isles. But that was kind of designed as like end game boss, so I put a lot of extra effort into that one. Was that the first landscape mouse that we did? I don't remember. Are we going to redraw the Wicked Witch of the Whisker Woods? Actually, yes. Lauren has kind of created a redraw for that one, which I like quite a bit more. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I think as long as I use the original as my drawing base and I basically keep the shapes, then I think it's gonna like still feel like, it's like, when newer images of Mario and Sonic came out, it's not like people are like, my God, this isn't 8-bit pixel, like the original like first illustrations of them were bad, but they just kept kind of getting better and refined, and it was still the same character is the thing. I think that's my point. But yeah, I think I'll give it a go. If people don't like it, we don't need to go with it. It's fine. So it is, but people are kind of like not opposed as long as I kind of use it as the base, which makes sense. I'm wondering about that. I'll try it. I don't want to do the line art, but I might have to. We'll see. Alex does very good line art. Get them to do the line art. Okay. Yeah, the new white mouse can dress up as the old white mouse for Halloween. All right. What other mice are being looked at for redraws? There are tons, but I think we've gotten through most of the like really kind of low kind of ones. I think a few still remain. And we're honestly open to suggestions if you guys have redraws you would like. I'm trying to focus on early game mice because those are the ones that new players coming into the game are going to be met with. And if it's like jarringly bad illustration, that kind of sets a bad expectation for the rest of the game. So I want to like make sure that the earlier characters that they get to see are like, wow, like really exciting and good looking, so that they're kind of less kind of, like this art is old and bad, and then I know a lot of people I've talked to, at least what they'll tell me is one of the reasons why they played the game or got into it was because they were really interested in the art. So, I just want to make sure that I can provide that experience to as many people as I can, because we are still trying to, and working towards trying to get new people into the game. It's a tough sell though, is the challenge. It's a very old game, very different style to play. It isn't immediately like I don't get what is so great about this, especially since the early game play is kind of like really still a challenge and dull. So we're also spending some of the time we have between content, kind of like full production, addressing that. One of the areas that we're starting to look at is actually the Whisker Woods, I believe. Because like the calm clearing and the gnarled tree and the lagoon, there's just like nothing, like no gameplay. It's just kind of like catch super rare mice and hope you notice that you got things you needed, and that's kind of like what the player is left with. So, oh, sorry, what do I mean by line work? Good question. So line work is like the outlines. So the like the black outlines on the character. If you compare this mouse to any current mice, you'll notice that they don't have these outlines, which is a very kind of cartoon thing. Basically, it allows you to kind of define edges without having to render volumes and stuff like that. It makes for very fast production. It's a great style, very, very pretty, very challenging, and skill. Like you require a whole set of skill just to do good line work. And it comes with a whole host of its own kind of like, tiers of challenges. And I've basically put all my eggs in the not line work basket. So although I'm sure that I can do better line work than this image has, I prefer to not.
I love how there's zero variation in line length.
Oh, it's so bad, right? I literally used like a felt tip marker and scanned it in, and then like,
So you can get line width.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you could, but did I? Nah. Ah, it's good. Yeah, that. I mean, the way that I rendered it as well also is very flat, very, very, and like the colors, not happy with them at all. I like that's one of the main things that's going to look different about it, is the colors are going to be way different. Not like, whoa, that's crazy, but it'll look more alive. It'll have more kind of energy and interest to it. That's the hope. Anyways, so you know what? I'm gonna do it. Can't stop me, I don't think. Let's just start. It's been half an hour of me talking. Hi guys. Sorry that you tune into this. I apologize for everything. Ugh. I'm a bad host. Okay, so let's start a new folder. This original can be above. Yeah. Let's hide the white backdrop. Actually, let's put it behind everything else. I don't need this anymore. We don't use gradient backdrops at all. If anything, we do pretty illustrated, kind of cloudy or just nebulous backdrops. Magical, whatever. Oh, I think I got a message. Let me make sure. All right. Sorry, I just had to reply to a thing really quick. Okay, sorry. Okay, now let's see, what are you guys saying? I'm gonna make it past the half an hour mark before actually putting any lines down. Are we touching the untouchable white mouse? That's the idea. Trepidus. We'll see. If it is not accepted in mass, we won't go for it.
Better do some good liner.
Maybe I'll have to do a line art version and a not line art version. Or maybe just do a line art version for the sake of history. I know this is the one mess I'm never supposed to redo. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That is a really good way to look at it. It is not a redraw. It's an HD repaint. I'm just bringing it to high def, guys. Because if you love this mouse so much, you'll want it on a shirt or a mug or something, and then you can get it printed and it won't look like hot garbage. It'll actually look like it's supposed to. How I want you to see it. How I've always wanted you to see it. That's what we're going for today. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be great. I promise. All right, so let me pop open another window so I can keep an eye on it, so it doesn't run away on me. Just bring it over to the other screen. This is where I kind of like, I have a little one on the other side where I can kind of like keep an eye on it in grayscale and color at size. That's just kind of a little technique that I like to do.
Oh, Black Widow too.
If I have time, I might do that one because I think that one will also potentially be a merch item.
It's not about what I did to the Black Widow for the rest.
Oh yeah, yeah, she was cool. Very scary. That boss. All right. So, don't need this giant folder open. What I am going to do is I'm going to lower the opacity down, and that'll be how we start. The world is changing. Okay, so I will preserve the line art. You are right. I'm not gonna mess with that.
I mean, the line art's gonna look exactly as bad as it looks.
No, it's gonna be better.
All right.
I will do better line art.
Don't disbelieve.
I believe. Believe in me who believes in me. HD line art.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Let's see, Jacob.
first thing to actually do is update the image size, because there's no point in kind of like working with it on like in the original file setup, because that's just old and wrong. So let me get my proper mouse template. All right, so this is 2800 by 4200 at 300 DPI. And then size 2800 by 4200. Okay. And let's see how this goes. All right. So it blew it up, which is what I was expecting. It'd be weird if it shrank it. So there is basically more real estate for me to add detail, which is going to be important for if it gets printed up, because it needs that kind of higher resolution. All right, done that. And that should be the same ratio. Now the color profile might actually be wrong on it now. So let me make sure. Because it's such an old asset. Yeah, okay, so it was using a custom kind of color profile from back then. A lot of the older ones did. So I'm going to bring it into the sRGB. It's just like a good standardized kind of color profile. Vive la resistance. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. And again, if you guys are opposed to what I end up creating today, I'm 100% down with scrapping it. Okay? Like, I will preserve what you guys want. That's the deal. We're going to try it, though. just because I would like it to look good, you know, especially since it's probably one of the very first mice people run into. It's cute. It's historical. It's been 12 years. Like, we're basically updating this on the 12th birthday. I think, actually, let me see if I have the date on this file. That's an interesting idea of when it was actually the day it was created. Might make it a full hour before I start drawing. That could happen. That's nothing new, I don't think. Nania, down at the bottom. Let's see. Is it? Okay, so October 6th, 2015 was the last time I updated it. So that would have been kind of probably one of the Halloween variations I did for it. Let's see, what is the actual, like, created by? First created. May 14th, 2015? That's not right. I was probably like duplicating the file for something else. Well, at any rate, first mouse ever created. So before all the others, way back in like 2007, I guess. Change is inevitable. All right. Let's see. Okay, I can hide the mutated. I don't need that right now. So yeah, since the brown mouse and gray mouse are interacting with traps, I don't think that's a reason to make this one do that. I enjoy what they're doing, but again, for this one, I am just going to keep it literally the same, as close to historically accurate as possible. So let me actually bring it fully back. I'll grab this kind of grayish color, and let's add a little bit of warmth to it. And we'll start with this as the base. Oh. All right, sorry, I was just responding to Giorgio. Just informs me I assigned a case to the wrong person yesterday. Oops. That's a mistake. I'll just blame my foggy head yesterday. All right, so now when doing line art, the first thing probably is not to fill in the silhouette, so I'm already kind of doing it wrong. All right, let's start with line art. I don't know if I even have a good line art brush. This one's okay. It's like, use like a fully opaque kind of lots of fluid control and a little bit of smoothing, or just
No.
any advice?
I use a textured one.
Textured? That sounds tough. It's already textured. It's just really bad texture.
Let me see.
The original is very bad
And
texture.
I don't use any smoothing either. So.
No smoothing. Okay, so that is going to be not the right brush for you, at least.
I mean, this is fine. This is like a basic brush.
Basic. That is me in line art.
It's really like, I don't know. It's really smooth.
Yeah.
Just no
What about
texture.
that's very smooth, but no smoothing.
I think the smoothing is gonna help you.
Yeah, that's why I chose that one. Because I am not steady. Yeah. Show me your
Just the
tool.
brush I use. Just the brush I use.
Yeah. Give me advice. Bestow upon me your wisdom. The line art guru speaks. Okay.
This is good for the stream.
Yeah, yeah. A shale brush, as it were. And let me feel that out. See what I need to go for.
I don't use it that thick, but see the texture? The way, like, kind of like.
Mm-hmm. Do you think having like a really clean, like opaque, sharp outline is a bad thing?
No.
Okay.
So like that's what I use for like
your comic stuff, right?
all
Yeah.
this. Like that's what I use. But I used to use a smoother one.
Mm-hmm.
See, even this one's done with the texture brush.
Yeah.
But I use.
Sorry, you can't see all this, guys.
I mean, I guess I could show some.
It'd be difficult to show through the webcam at any
This
rate.
one's a smooth one.
Yeah. Okay. So it's hard to tell the difference effectively.
I can tell the difference.
You can tell the difference, but I wouldn't have known. All right. I'm gonna go with this because it's the brush that I know I can control the easiest for line work, and I was assuming hard-edged clean lines.
Thick lines.
Yeah,
Art doesn't have to be thick.
that's true.
I don't do thick.
But should it have the thickness of the originals? Well, actually, they're really chunky. I don't like how thick it is.
Yeah, if you're just gonna trace it, like there's ways to do line art that complements your painting.
Well, that's what I want. All right, let's try this. Let's try refining the line art, as it were. All right. One thing I think I will do is add a little bit of color to the line, at least. Take it one step further.
Yeah, do colored lines.
Of course, colored lines is where it's at. All right, so I'm gonna do a thinner line, but I think my outside shapes might have the weightiest parts at least. And I need to not worry about kind of following the form exactly as is because I need to improve a little bit of it. It's not the greatest shapes. I suggest I'll go for a thinner line, yet still do the exact same thickness. Oops. All right. This is going to be weird and challenging. Why am I doing this?
Time to get out of your comfort zone, Jacob.
I am well outside of it. Well outside of my comfort zone.
Look at this nice liner.
Oh, I like how thick it is on the outsides.
Yeah.
But on the inside, it's nice. Then.
And it's colored.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good example. Okay. Maybe I can do something nice like that. Okay. Again, sorry you couldn't see the example, everybody. Yeah, I think having color in the line art will at least kind of, even if I don't do significantly better lines, it'll at least kind of like add more kind of life to the piece. I wonder if this is how that tattoo artist felt when they recreated this, being like, but why the line this way? Okay. Increase the smoothing a little bit. Okay, so the shape of the face, wonder if I want to kind of like bring it just a little more round. Kind of smushes in a bit more. Maybe I can kind of like pull it just a smidge. And I am going to move this eye. I don't think that's a good placement for it at all. Like here's an interesting thing. Let's do a flip on a mouse that potentially has never been flipped. Ah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the tattoo only has the face, the eyes, the nose, the whiskers, teeth, no line work. Also gave him green eyes. See, now that sounds good. Giorgio's apparently watching. Hi, Giorgio.
Hi, Georgia.
He asks why I'm painting the white mouse. Please do not do this. I'm HD-ifying it, Giorgio. Negative. I want the grainy bad pixels. Everyone in the chat seems okay with me trying to bring it into HD. Oh, the chat. Some of these comments. All right. Oh. All right, all right, all right. Fine. Okay. Enough people have spoken. I will delay this or cease its potential.
You should at least redraw it exactly as it is, but bigger.
I mean, that's the idea.
Well, you kept saying that you were going to redo it. Instead
Well,
of just redraw it exactly how it is.
Oh, okay. Well, then I spoke poorly. Yeah, the idea is to redraw it exactly as is, just make it so that it is higher quality.
That you can print it up on stuff.
Yeah, no, okay. Clearly I wasn't very specific with my wording. The idea would be not to recreate it, reimagine it at all, just kind of updating the pixels so that it can print up nicely and be better looking. Ooh, chrome white mouse. No. Fresh coat of paint, yeah. All right. I won't touch this for now. But be aware that that is the intention behind it, not redesigning it. So. All right. Didn't go over well enough. That's fair. I did say that if people were opposed, I would stop. And they are. What about the Black Widow mouse? Again, same deal, just kind of like updating it so that it would actually look good, actually used in things. Alternately, if there's other things you guys would like to see, I'm open. Out of the frying pan. All right. Thank you, Michelle. That's literally it. Like, I'm just trying to make it HD so they can print, because it won't print nice. If you want it on a shirt or a mug or whatever, we can't use these. They're bad. The printer is like, no, that's garbage. Comes out nice for, yeah, is that the program you use to like graph out all the pixels? Apparently everyone in the office is freaking out about it. That's what they have to say. Oh yeah, Dave's on holiday. Oh, Jacob. Okay, Lauren's in here too now. You guys! Everyone's here. I do legitimately have to say, is this okay to do? Because even though I drew it, it's a big deal. Odin's here. Hi guys! How's everyone at the office doing? Anybody else get sick? Lauren, you feeling better? Don't do it, Jacob. All right, so everyone in the chat, say hi to everyone at the office. How's it going, everybody? Do you wanna see the dangerous terrain? Now listen. Okay. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna. Alex says do it. No, I won't do it. I'm glad you're feeling better, Lauren. The idea is literally recreating the exact same art. Clean up the color grade just a little bit. Get rid of all the artifacts. look exactly the same, but better. Thoughts? Discuss. Michelle told on me. This is an interesting stream. Sharpening the image, making it print quality, making the image file size big enough to actually have, you know, any resolution at all. It'd look the same, just better.
I mean, it's always gonna look like garbage because you're bad at liner. So.
There you go. What Alex said.
So it'll maintain the same like low skill liner.
Yeah,
charm.
it'll look just as bad. Just as bad as before. It'll just be printable. Listen, they don't only use one drawing of Mario. That's a bad argument. This is like the longest stream that I've done where I actually haven't done art. I've broken a new record. Ah, I see, Odin. I see. That's what they said about digital music. And then back comes vinyl. It's the distortion that makes it great.
What you need to do is you need to hand draw the mouse again and then scan it again.
Oh, that's a horrible idea.
Perfectly replicate.
I need to like break out my coal erase. I gotta break out my coal erase pencils and like my undersized sketchbook and half dried out felt markers, line it all that way, and then scan that in with like a 20-year-old scanner. Yep. And just make it really bad again. Okay. No. Current Pikachu does look quite different. Yes. Created a channel just so I could say, do it, Jacob. That's amazing. Oh. Okay. Okay. This is...
Jacob, just send it to me. I'll do your liners in 5 minutes.
You would... All artifacts are precious. I'm gonna preserve this forever. The hardest choices require the strongest of wills. Delete this. Should I append it to that? How do I delete someone else's screenshot? Alright, I deleted it. I might need several meetings for this one. It's true. You know what? Here's the thing. If I did this, put it in the game, people would be like, boy, that looks great. Let's not burn down Jacob's apartment.
Don't burn down our apartment.
I don't think you would know, except it would look just a little crisper. And the colors are just a little richer. Just a little nicer and lively.
You gotta preserve that one's eye is way smaller than the other.
No. Okay, yeah, that's another thing. His eyes might actually look like they sit on his face.
No.
No, I can't fix that.
No, you have to just trace exactly the liner that you've done.
Oof.
And then color pick the exact colors that you've done to the pixel. And put them down in the exact same place.
I hate it. But, I mean, that is what people would want. Just basically increase the image size, which I've done already, and then add a sharpen filter on it. Done. Perfect. Oof. Yeah.
That makes me upset.
All the pixels.
The
Can I
option
just...
is you don't touch the white mouse, but then there will be no white mouse merch.
Yeah, okay, that is a actually extremely valid, good point. Um, so if I do not do this, which I am okay with, we don't need to do this. There will not be White Mouse merch. That's okay. You don't need it. You don't need it.
This is some gaslighting you're doing right now. You gaslight your audience.
You told me to say
No,
that.
I didn't.
You told
Not
me.
that way.
No, but yeah, no, I'm basically trying to like, you know, blackmailing harsh. No, I mean, I think it would actually be a pretty fun character to have as a print thing. So if I do an update on this, it won't need to go into the game, but it might be nice as a print. So I don't need to do this today. Obviously, there's definitely a lot of kind of opinions on both sides. Honestly, the player base, I'm seeing more do it from you guys than from the devs, but that's fair. They have a lot of kind of like history and kind of knowledge of other player base that might not be here to represent. Um, maybe just the mouse face. I mean, that's what we did for the mugs. Actually, it was just like the eyes and the mouth and the whiskers for the mugs, and that was actually pretty cute. Um, yeah. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna close this window because Giorgio might have looked over and he's like, "Why are you still doing this?" Um, there. I've destroyed that window. Be brave. Stand for your beliefs. This is the most like intense kind of like chat I've ever had. All right. Really is 1 hour, no drawing. I know. Like, I'm sorry. Didn't expect it to do this. All right. I'm going to focus on you guys now. I think I've appeased the freakouts in the office, I hope. At any rate, what shall we do today, friends, now that we are an hour in with nothing that we've created? Um, this has been an interesting stream. It's fun. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. We can discuss this in house later. Figure out that it's okay to update old bad illustrations so it will be print worthy. Just for the future sake for you guys, I tried to address this. I don't think I did it clear enough. The plan that I have is to update the White Mouse in terms of just how good a quality it is. Because right now, if it were to be printed up, it would look really bad. Like, legitimately awful on even a small print. So the plan would be make it look exactly the same, but like clean up all the bad kind of pixeliness, the artifacts, the elements that don't print well, and potentially give it just a little bit nicer color because it's really like muddy and like bad, kind of like just dead looking colors. So just kind of like bringing a little bit of life color grade wise, keeping the line work, keeping the pose, keeping the shape. I won't even touch any of that. But basically making it so that it could print up and look nice. And, you know, if anything, like we might not even go there. But yeah, that'll be a discussion for in the office. I think that is being established. So how's everybody doing? Let's just should I shut the stream down and start it up again and be like, morning, welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jake Johnson. How's it going, everybody? It's been sorry for starting so late. Wow, I'm a whole hour and 6 minutes late. Goodness. So I don't have anything to draw today. What do you want to draw today? What do we? You got ideas? Let's hear them. I think someone actually said doing a journal theme for old areas. That's actually something, you know, like haven't discussed it in the office, but I think that that's a pretty rad idea. And you know what? Whisker Woods journal theme is actually a really great idea because that is actually one of the areas. Hi, Eileen. It has been a while. How's it going? How's your tattoo? It's one of the areas that we are looking at for updating, kind of like how we did with like the mountains and the lab and other old areas that didn't have gameplay to them. We went back, we kind of added a HUD, added a lot more kind of like goal structure so that you knew what you're attempting to complete, how to do that, and basically, you know, just kind of more kind of like reason to kind of be there, know what you're doing, progression, all that, make it a much more enjoyable experience. The Whisker Woods, it is the Whisker Woods, right? Yeah, calm clearing and all that. It doesn't have that kind of structure yet. It is kind of like one of the only areas that doesn't actually have actual gameplay elements to it. So even though we don't necessarily have that locked down yet, we're developing some ideas for it. Use up all the splintered wood, please. I'm glad your tattoos are awesome. They are. Sorry. Because we are planning on addressing the game design there and kind of like adding to it, it would actually be a great candidate for having a journal theme added to it, because that could just be one of the fun rewards you could achieve by doing the gameplay. Instead of like needing a new trap or whatnot to kind of like have as a goal, you know, it's just a easy kind of like, oh, we could add this, you know, easily enough because we're going to update that area. So the theme wouldn't come out until we do that update, which I'm not sure when that would happen, but it's a great candidate for just something to do today. There's also the potential of header illustrations, redrawing other mice that are safe to do. So what do you guys want to see? I have drawn a journal theme before. I know that I wanted to do the Feedback Friday journal theme, and boy, I don't have good ideas for that, so I'm just not even going to think about it right now. What a day. Seasonal garden theme. Town of Nanya, put the white mouse on it. Nice. The harbor doesn't have a theme? Actually, I don't know if a lot of areas do. Do any areas have a theme? What areas do have a theme, if there are? Bazaar. Oh. We'll get there. Maybe. I might blow it up. It's still under construction, I think. But I am planning on blowing up the tribal isles. You know, that volcano has been ready to erupt, but that might be a while. Redraw Tiger. Interestingly enough, Marvin has done a redraw of the tiger, which I quite like. So we're probably going to look at potentially bringing that asset in because I think it's pretty rad and infinitely better. Just all the art from back then, I'm happy to just redo, except the white mouse. I would never touch that mouse. I knew this would happen. What was I thinking? Even though I'm just like, I'm literally going to draw the same thing. I don't think I made it clear, though. And I was kind of like, well, maybe if I, like, push the shape. So, oops. What was I thinking? Ah, current themes. That would be a useful thing to look at. Okay, yeah, we do have like most wanted theme would be kind of a location one. There's not a lot of them. I kind of felt like there was more themes, to be honest. So that'd be kind of cool. Update Plank Run's journal cover. Ooh. What does that look like? It's been forever since I've actually looked at it. That would also imply that I'm going to be coming out with some updates to the journal itself, some new notes, which I haven't done any writing in a long time, and I really should. Oh, I'm being dragged today. Just dragging myself though. Okay. Notable exceptions. Sunken City. More themes. It's okay. It's okay. The thing is, I've known forever that the white mouse is sacred territory. Like, out of every single creation that has ever been made, it is the one that we cannot mess with. And I know that. That is hard fact. Which is why, I wanted to just clean it up. I just didn't illuminate the possibility properly. I think I did kind of like make it very scary, and because legitimately most of the redraws I've done have dramatically changed character. Like the Gold Mouse, for example, is very different. A lot of the redraws are very different, and I totally get that people would be very upset if suddenly the White Mouse looked 100% different from what it does. So, Tribal Isles, Fiery Warpath, Fort Rock, Zugswings Tower, Feroma Rift, Valor Rift, Iceberg. Okay, yeah, so we have some, not bad, but yeah, we need more. So let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do. So, the Whisker Woods. Thematically, it exists as kind of, there's like the lagoon, there's the calm clearing, there's the gnarled tree. But gameplay wise, we're not like necessarily like, yes, it is this thing, because, oh, what if it becomes about brewing more of the kind of gnarled potions gameplay? Would we want the header illustration to reflect that element of it? What if we added the potion to it and then decided like, oh, we got to change that and remove the kind of the potion pouring aspect of it? I don't think we will. But I'm just wondering how much of the elements should we bring into the journal theme? I'm just going to say I don't think I need to worry so much about that, because it's got a strong enough kind of visual element that will remain, because we'd have to recreate the area otherwise. It's kind of got that foresty, kind of hidden magical land feel. So I think I'll just lean into that aspect of it, as opposed to worrying about, oh, is this representing the gameplay? Because not a lot of the header illustrations really bother with that anyways. It's just kind of like, what's the underlying theme? And I think we have that with the forest stuff. So let's open up a template file for that. and close the white mouse that was actually secretly open over here. Also this one. I will not save changes to that. You're welcome. Even though I did just increase the resolution of it. That's all that I did to it. Okay. Don't see any of that. My goodness. What a fun day. So, hour 15 minutes in, we are starting afresh. All right, so I need to be in header, journal banners, journal themes rather. I think this is this the proper one? I made like template files for these way back. When I first created them, there was actually two versions that I did. There was kind of like the narrow one that's in the main journal, and then there's the expanded detailed one. And originally, back when I was first creating journal themes, I actually had to draw out both versions because there were different aspects, different ratios. And I haven't done a ton of them. Because like, I know that Maxine's done a bunch more recently. At least the more recent ones have been Maxine. Let's see. Just trying to make sure I use the proper template, because there's like 4 different templates that I have. So this might be the proper template. They're probably the same, actually. Okay. This one has the most recent date. We'll go with this one. I'm sure it's fine. I think when I actually updated the base files for this, I probably cleared out the old bad ones that were the wrong resolutions for how we do it now. So good. I am definitely going to need a good long nap after this stream. Only 75 minutes later, we have decided on what we're drawing today. Well, I hope it's been entertaining. I hope you've been enjoying yourselves. It's been a ride. I'll just... Yes. Yes, it has. All right, so opening on alternate screen, just getting it at size so that I can kind of look over and make sure all my colors and values are good. Second one open, grayscale version. Solid. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna go. No, thanks, that was fun. The deepest lore, 700 and 372. What does it mean? All right. Still here, huh? No, it's cool. I enjoy that you're here and hanging out and having a good time at my expense. It's good. It's good. It's great. White Mouse journal theme. Not going there today. Love it though. Love it. It'll just be, oh, okay, so here's how I'll make that. I zoom in on the original, the old one. Get all the best pixels and artifacts and just mash it together, and there you go. All right. I think I'm still sick a little bit, guys. I'm just going to put that out there. It's a good day. Okay. That's where we're going to do art. Okay, so here is kind of basically my template system that I have. This bar represents kind of like where the journal is going to slice into it and expand the image. So everything at the edges here needs to basically be 1 pixel tileable so that it can just kind of infinitely scale. And then the edges here, I kind of always have just a little bit to the side so that I can do a drop shadow if I want. And then that way it kind of matches all the other journal themes kind of widths and such. And so this is kind of like my base kind of tile that I work off, base layer that I work off, the shape. So what I'll do is I'll use this layer here as my kind of sketch, and we'll just start kind of like trying to bring in elements from the kind of bristlewoods. Also the text upmost, we can always kind of like alter how this looks. So like if we wanted to get kind of like a foresty green, you know, that's something that we could definitely put into it, and just kind of like build something pretty off of this. It's a good day. It's a good day. Little mad at all times. Not angry mad, just crazy mad. Okay. So now that you know what line work is, artifacts are basically when, you know, like you have like an old video that's being compressed too much, or just a low quality file of a JPEG or something like that. An artifact is essentially like an error, a mistake, a kind of compression, grainy crunchiness to it. It can mean a few different things in the art world, but in digital, kind of like old files, with the MouseHunt with the white mouse specifically, I'm kind of referencing like the you know, like when I zoomed in on the line work, and there was that kind of like gray, the gray around the like the line, you know, that stuff is the artifact, and like there's often like little kind of like weird crunchiness, and you don't really notice it when it's scaled down on the browser or on your phone, but if that's printed on something, boy does that look bad. And so that's kind of like the importance of having to clean up that stuff. It really shows poorly. And it also just kind of represents just like mistakes and like bad edges and unclean kind of details. Artifacts can kind of cover a whole range of design. But yeah. And then there's also things like tangents, which is another thing. But it's especially important in line work stuff, because basically a tangent is when you have like lines that just kind of intersect too closely and line up too perfectly that it like deceives your brain to look at. You get confused as to what the lines are trying to tell you, what is overlapping what. And there is a bit of that on the white mouse, which I would have kind of preferred to clean up, but probably would leave anyways because that's important for you guys. Yeah, pops and cracks of vinyl, but like the unwanted mistakes, not the happy accidents. Because like, yeah, some of it's good, but when it comes to bad compression and low quality, that will rarely look good in certain aspects. Hey guys, so about the theme we're drawing. So okay, so there's the calm clearing, there's the great gnarled tree, there's the lagoon. How do we want to tangents? What Jacob goes off on. Thank you. I do it all the time. How do we want to do this? So I think we'll just kind of like start by just kind of sketching out maybe a landscape up here. Why do I feel like? Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking of the header illustration that was done for those areas. So I'm actually going to pull those up as references. I'm going to disarm my cheese before I travel. It's a good day. Disarm my runic cheese, please. Thank you. All right. So I want to use those headers as reference and look at the map because those are kind of a good way to get a feel for the area that I want to recreate. So let's go to the comm clearing. Oh, right. I need to actually have sounded my horn to be able to see the image. So let's equip Swiss cheese. I haven't armed that in years. Like since the beginning of the game. So comm clearing. All right. I just kind of want to pull these up as reference images so that I can kind of draw upon them or draw from them. All right, I'm going to use my my handy dandy kind of like display on top of things tool. It's called Pure Ref. All right, traveling to Great Gnarled Tree. And let's get a screenshot of that one. Boop. And the lagoon. Because there's like lots of really rich, beautiful colors and designs. And I want to incorporate that feeling. So I'm just going to quickly travel back to where I was so I can sound my horn properly. And arm up the correct cheese. Charm's still good. Oop. There you go. This is like the least art Feedback Friday I've ever done. And yet, the most intensive art Feedback Friday I've ever done. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. I don't need it there. So basically my goal at this point is to just have a sketch before I go on lunch in half an hour so that I'll feel accomplished-ish. So what I'm thinking is on the top pane, we could have kind of the feeling of the top of a forest. And then on the bottom, we could have kind of like maybe the base of the Great Gnarled Tree and like the lagoon nearby or something like that could be nice. Where did my chat go? There we go. Pull that up properly. Lagoon waters behind the hunter's journal words would be nice too. Okay. Gnarled Tree's branches on sides of the theme. Header bottom would be comm clearing / lagoon. Yeah, okay. I feel like, yeah, maybe like, I like the idea of having kind of different groupings of it to represent it. Just trying to think of where the balance would be best. So the comm clearing could be maybe, let's say, like the top right? And then the lagoon, let's just toss it here for now. Or maybe I move the lagoon over to the right. And like the base of the gnarled tree might be, I think it'd be kind of cool to like show the base of it. And then this would be kind of like the top. The challenge of it, I think, is that there's like a really limited frame to work with, and I can't just have it necessarily kind of crop off. I want it to kind of like fit within the bounds of this. So if I'm to kind of create the comm clearing here, that's oddly just floating high up in the sky, it might be better if I move, like, have the gnarled tree be the whole top here, let's say, and then there's like the base of the tree, which it looks really weird because it's like smushed like this, but you have to imagine that, oh, actually there's like all the journal entries between them, so they won't look weirdly compressed. It'll be like, oh, that's a really tall tree, if anything. So what it could be potentially is just the top canopy of the gnarled tree. Maybe. And then I guess we don't have the calm clearing represented in this right now. Maybe if I move the trunk of the tree to the center and like really make it look huge by having kind of like small trees around it, because it is just gigantic. That might be kind of interesting. And then like I kind of like I like on the map how it has kind of like this open space with the giant rock in the center. So maybe I can kind of like create that feeling there, and then the actual lagoon off to the side, maybe. I don't want it like coming off of the edge so much though. But I might need to make it feel big enough. So right now the perspective I'm going for is like very kind of low down, kind of standing at on the ground, looking towards kind of the base of the tree, as opposed to kind of like looking down from above. Hence why it's kind of everything's so flat down here. We're like low to the ground, to the horizon line. Let's see. I'm going to try a couple of different compositions. Like I like the idea of the lagoon behind the text. I think that'll make it pop. Yeah, no, actually, I like that idea a lot. So we were discussing having an art contest. I briefly kind of mentioned that we're kind of like looking into some details about it. Wondering if there could be like a trap skin art contest. I think that's a neat idea. Because that is something that we could potentially like actually put into the game. And then, you know, like the winner would be able to like have their art in the game. That'd be pretty rad. We haven't really done that. I think, let's see, the Hydro Mouse in the lagoon was one of the only kind of actual fan art pieces that made it into the game. And then the Chrono Mouse, I believe, was another art contest where I recreated the winner's design as the mouse, which it was really fun. We don't do enough of that stuff, and so we're going to do more. But yeah, so we're still figuring out specifically the details of what we're doing for the contest. But right now we're kind of aiming to have it. It's pretty short notice, so forgive us for this, but kind of aiming for birthday contest. So it'd be like birthday themed. What's going on, Giorgio? Okay, I can fix that over lunch. Okay, sorry, there was just an artifact in the image that was uploaded. Okay. It's a good day. It's a good day. All right. So the lagoon has kind of like the jagged rocks on the side, and that like punchy blue with kind of like the green canopy behind. I don't want the gnarled tree to be like purely centered. I don't like things when they're like dead center compositionally. So I'm gonna have kind of like heavy shadow on this side, which will allow the lagoon to really punch up its kind of brightness and interest. So it'll be kind of shading down here, but the lake, the water is going to be catching the sky and reflecting that, so it'll look really cool. So I'm going to pull in this edge of the gnarled tree, and I think I'm going to add a little bit more nubbiness to the roots, gnarlify it a bit more. It's a botanist term, gnarlify it. Oh man, what a gnarly tree. Okay, so just have some texture going on, probably like some bushes and stuff kind of like growing up around the base of the tree. I think I'm going to change my eraser to be a softer edged. Alright, so I think that is going to be an interesting look. We'll try a different one really quick. The top, I think I want to kind of resolve a little bit more really quick first, though. So there's kind of like some flowers and stuff at the base of this rock, but I want to create some nice empty space around the calm clearing. So like these trees will look really far away, kind of atmosphere, fade them out a bit. They're going to be kind of drawn on a plane behind where this bigger tree is going to be intersecting that to kind of show the relative distance a bit better. So that it should feel like there's some nice space around that rock. I think I'm going to bring it just to the right a little bit too. That's probably good. Okay. And we'll dip that tree line down just so that I don't have a tangent. So this is a tangent right here. If that rock was to line up exactly with that tree line, it kind of confuses you to try and understand how separated those objects are. Whereas if you have one significantly overlapping, then it's more clear. Oh, okay, so this is on a different kind of like plane. They're not the same object kind of like flowing into itself. Or like another one would be where it kind of like overlaps, and that'll draw more attention to the rock itself, and kind of, well, depending on the values I give it, but they're more clearly separated from each other. So that's a tangent in art, where things line up a little too perfectly, where your mind is like, this is intentional, and you try and kind of instantly understand it, but it just confuses. There was a really great image that Alex showed me, I think yesterday, where someone had like a picture of a guy sitting with his like child in his arms on a couch, and like the way that the arms lined up, it made it look like the father had like a tiny baby arm, and the kid had like a massive like man arm because of the way the tangents lined up. Your brain saw it that way. So it's just kind of like a good example of why that's important to kind of catch. So an important thing about doing good design is making it read as easily and instantly as possible, and as clearly as you can. Something I've been kind of working on the last few years. All right. So the tree is offset a little bit. We have kind of more. Oh, that sun is warm. It's too sunny, you guys. So this tree line will be kind of a little taller because they're more foreground. There's kind of like pine trees in the header illustrations. And a mix of kind of like, I don't know, like, I forget there's like so many different kind of like terms for herborist things, like the way that the pine trees and the leafy trees. I used to know things about it. I forget now. Oops. But like more like oak and hardwood, slower growing. The veins that run up the tree are different. The sap, etc. All that whatnots. All right. Okay, so this is sketch 1. So up here we could just have the gnarled tree goodness, and like a nice sky behind it could look good, like birds kind of, you know, flying in the background or something, just to show that it's like really, really tall. And like the shape of it would need to be much more interesting because it's the only thing right here, so I'd want to kind of capture something better. Yeah, actually that could work, because then the edge here would just be like sky blue, and actually I would want to do it here as well. That would look nice. Yeah, and then that'll make it feel really tall, which is cool. So I could have fun with just like nice leaf texture and kind of like making the top of a really, really big, luscious tree. Maybe there'd be kind of nice kind of gaps where you can kind of get some deep texture. And then like having kind of like the text of the hunter's journal being like sitting on top and like sinking into the tree could look pretty. So I think that's going to be a nice version. It'd be at least pretty fun to render out, I think. So that's one idea. I think that would work well. I think just to make sure, we'll try another quick sketch and make a decision based off that when we come back after lunch. Okay, so new sketch. All right, so there was the idea of having kind of like the lagoon waters behind the text. Let me make sure that I have the chat up properly. How did the Hydra art get into the game? I'm trying to remember if it was a contest, or if it was just like someone was like, "Hey, I made some like fan art," and we were like, "That's so rad! I like it. I'm gonna put it in the game. Are you cool with that?" And yeah, I don't remember if it was based off a contest now, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I remember being super impressed by the image. Okay. Sorry, I was just talking to Giorgio about something really quick. So instead of it being just a puddle, because I want it to like sit behind it to kind of punch out the text, but I don't think this angle is going to work so well because I need it to kind of like have, you know, it needs to kind of like cut off in some kind of interesting good shape as opposed to just being a weird kind of like slice of an image looking down. I'm thinking maybe it could be sitting on the water and like reflecting nicely, and maybe even the J would dip into the water or something fun and it could be reflecting off of it. Could still have like nice bright kind of greens behind of like the sun really striking the text. That could be nice. And then like a bright blue sky, and we have like the kind of craggly rocks jutting into the side here. Maybe like another one right here. But again, I think that like low angle is a little necessary for kind of getting the silhouette of this whole thing. Okay, sorry, just a couple more responses there. Oh, it's so warm. The sun too bright. Okay, so we have kind of like the lagoon representation here. I don't know if we're going to be able to kind of like capture the gnarled tree like down here or anything. Maybe the base again, I could do that. You know, just kind of like have this absolutely massive tree trunk or something like that. Could even just kind of copy the same sketch, use that. And then yeah, like the calm clearing. That's not bad. I'm just trying to like visualize the different kind of layers and values. So like brighten up right there. Maybe get a bit more shade here on that line. Fade that. And like the lagoon is kind of like the main, kind of the high tier area of the set. You know, it's the boss zone, at least currently. That could end up changing, I suppose. But that's not bad. I think we can have the text really pop out if we do the colors and values right, which could look good. And then just kind of like having some nice gnarled elements on the more foresty base here. Like we could make it all feel like it's kind of like jungly a little bit, where it's kind of all shaded except maybe the ground around here has some direct light casting onto it, but there could even be kind of like the like canopy casting a shadow, so you'd have some kind of interesting kind of foliage drop shadow, which could look really cool. So that's pretty neat. I feel like it'd be fun to kind of like paint that on it. So there's a couple of interesting techniques to use for that actually, where you kind of like render it all out with it. Oh, Charlie, she just like reverted the file. Thanks. Thankfully, I can undo that. I need to disable certain hotkeys that I should never have available, like reverting a file. Unless it's a wet mess, then it's fine. Yeah, my cats love to just flop onto my keyboard and message people with just like pages of it. Or like open programs, or like listen to podcasts while we're like asleep and wake up and they're just kind of like listening to like My Favorite Murder or something like that, and just staring at us with hunger in their eyes because they want breakfast. Okay, so 8 minutes to lunch. I think there is potential for this, but what I was saying before is you can do some kind of like fun rendering. I think I could use this on either version because we have kind of the neural tree base here. I think I'll do it, but basically you kind of render it out where you have kind of the local colors and shadow, and basically that's it, as if it was all kind of just, you know, no direct light on it, and the ambient atmosphere, the blue sky, the kind of green light bouncing off the canopy is what's kind of lighting up the scene. So you have kind of like this cold, cool, you know, everything's kind of blues and greens, and then you have direct light drawn on a layer on top of that, and that's kind of like really blasting everything with rich sunlight, warm orange, yellows, and kind of like punching up those colors. And then you erase away in that layer the actual kind of drop shadow of the canopy. So I would cover up lots of parts and have little gaps where there's kind of holes in the branches and the light's kind of coming through, and then like finger light, like God's fingers is one of the terms for it, where like you can see a beam of light because there would be enough moisture in the air to kind of catch the light particle, you know, like have the light bounce off the moisture. And yeah, I think that could look really pretty. It'd be fun to render it that way. So I'm gonna attempt it on either version that we go with. Actually, to represent this a little better, I could even kind of like punch up the brightness on this, because basically the idea would be to have kind of this be really bright and have the text kind of pop out on top of it. I'd even lighten up the tree line there. Cool, cool. So that could be nice. Like highlights on this. And one of the interesting things about this version is it kind of shows two areas. It shows like the lagoon as its own entity, and then the kind of the neural tree and the calm clearing as kind of a combined area in a sense. So I want there to be kind of like bright light cast down into here, and then it'd be kind of cut into. I'll do a better job when I actually go to render it, but basically this will kind of draw the eye where I want it to go. Kind of lighten that backdrop just a little bit there. But like have kind of almost a feeling of there just being thick forest everywhere. There could be like vines kind of hanging down. So the neural tree kind of has a lot of that going on in the map image, right? Or maybe it's the header illustration for it. Yeah, I'm into this. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll get a little more gnarled feeling to the tree as well, because I don't feel like it's the most gnarled thing. Not that it needs to be like crazy gnarled, like the actual map image of it, it's what it is, and I won't kind of like be able to really alter that. That's okay. We have the like the light kind of casting down here. So brighten this up. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Cool. It's another one of those hotkey wonders. Yeah, so you can see this kind of like light casting into it. Has a nice kind of magical feel. It's great. Little, yeah. So I think that'd be pretty. Next event is birthday. That's coming up soon. Yeah, we to go back to that white mouse thing 3 minutes before I go on lunch. Yeah, it's not off the table, and if it's done, literally just making it HD, not changing the design whatsoever, I'm just going to be able to talk in office with everyone, confirm that they're okay with it, because I think it was just a little bit freak out because it looked like I was just redesigning it, and we've established forever ago that that will never happen. That'd be like being me deciding that suddenly Ellie didn't matter and we're bringing back all the Ellie traps. You know, I can't do that. And so it's all good. We'll be able to, you know, discuss the parameters of what's acceptable, because it's just I wanted to like bring it to a printable level so we could have nice white mouse merch, because I know people have enjoyed that, and just make it high quality enough to do that without changing the design. So in case anyone's still curious about that, that's the intent and the only way we would go about it. All right, so let me just quickly pull up the two different sketches. Oh, right, messed up the this layer here. Oopsies. Let's see if I can fix that. I did lose those pretty beams of light, but I'll just bring those back really quick. I gotta turn on that thing that like cancels out the hotkeys really quick. Okay, so not as nice as how I did it at first, but you get the idea. And then there's this sketch. I would effectively do the same thing with the light quality. Although this one, there's more kind of like blue sky in the background planned. So it might not have that same lush kind of overgrown feel, right? Let's just kind of quickly get a sense of what I was going for with it. And then the lagoon would be like all of that. Yeah. They're both okay, but I am actually maybe feeling the first or the second image more right now. But I think I'll get a nice fresh look at it when we come back from lunch. I want to get the light around that rock and really kind of pull it out. Yeah, I do like that, the fingers of light kind of casting in. That looked good. So, and you kind of need the whole thing to be dark enough for that to really kind of like make sense and show up properly. So I might get rid of the skyline feel right there anyways. And kind of leave just the edge as the sky opening up. That could work. That might be fine. the top does not feel resolved at all. So I'd need to kind of develop that much more to be happy with it. Like maybe I would do kind of like darker, richer, kind of deeper colors there for the foliage, and then the text itself could be bright, right? So that could work. That looks not bad. It's just the top one's the one that you see most and right away. Like every time you load the game, that's the one you see. So if it's just like the top of a tree, is that really that interesting? Maybe this one. Maybe this one is stronger. Don't know. All right, let's take our break, and I'll be back in an hour. And it's been a weird and crazy stream, but we finally kind of figured out what we're doing. So hope you guys are having a good day today. When I return, I'll have a Larry link for you, and yeah, we'll like render this out, and it's gonna look pretty rad. And then basically the goal would be to implement this when we kind of produce the new HUD and gameplay for the calm clearing and related areas, so the Whisker Woods. So yeah, oh right, I turned off that. There we go. I'm gonna give this a save before I forget, because I haven't saved anything today at all. Let's see. It is not a template file anymore. Whisker Woods. Let's create a new folder for this. Save. Awesome. All right. I'm gonna leave up the other one. I don't know. Right now, I'm thinking that I don't know. We'll decide when we get back. All right. I'll see you in an hour, and I'll put up a timer so you know when to return. Sorry, it's been a chaotic morning. All right. Pardon me. See ya in an hour. It's too bright. Hello, everybody. Back from lunch. Oh man, that's a good sunbeam. Just gotta work around it somehow. All right. So as I stated I would, here is a Larry link, and we're gonna get back to it. So where we left off, we had 2 sketches for the Whisker Woods journal theme, and I haven't fully decided what version I want to go with. So if you guys want to kind of give me some direction on what one you think would be better to go with, let's do it. So we have kind of this version has, actually, I suppose my camera is kind of in the way. Block in the top left, not that there's really any interesting detail there. But this one's kind of just the full top is the canopy. I would probably change the shape to just be a little bit more interesting. Right now it's just a little too not interesting. But other version is having kind of the lagoon at the top, and then the kind of forest floor with the gnarled tree and the calm clearing there. Yeah. I don't know, this one has, it's more striking in the sketch, at least for me. So that's pretty cool. Probably tweak the top a little bit more, pull the water down kind of further, I think. So let's see. Maybe a little more kind of like that, perhaps. Yeah. This one would have kind of like probably a darker kind of frame, which might be nice to kind of hold the text. That's not bad. This one has like a really nice scenic base as well. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know. Okay, so let's try tweaking the composition on this, because it does need that. Actually, I'll leave that white. See if I can get this to like really look good, then we can probably come to a better conclusion. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like just in general though, like if it's just the top of the tree, because you see this more than any other part of it, it should probably be the most interesting and fun to look at. And I don't think it's as strong a read either. Nice. Yeah, so although I think that this is more of a kind of like this is the whole how big the tree is, and like all three areas are represented in the base. I think I'm feeling this one more. I just think that it just has a more kind of interesting layout. I would even potentially lower the text into the water more, maybe, or not. Could have it like reflecting on the water, which would look nice. And then yeah, like I just think that the like closed canopy feel down here is nice. There's just more happening on the top, to be honest. That's kind of what's working for me. So I think yeah, I think I'll go with the other one. All right, let's do it. Ah, it's so bright. Ah, I'm dying. All right, hang on. Oop, look at Charlie. Don't attack my monitor, please. There we go. Managed to block the light a little better. Not perfect, but better. Worried you're gonna like pull my camera down, Charlie. Oop. Okay. It's too warm. So I'm gonna open a window. Too hot. All right. So start things off. I'm just gonna knock the opacity back on these. And this I can just yeah, actually I think that how I'll do it is I'll turn the opacity up again on that, merge that down. I'll move this sketch out of here so I can keep that. Yeah, okay. Now I can turn that down. I don't know about tossing mice in on the journal theme. I mean, we could. If I have time, maybe I'll like draw some in the environment down here. But I think I'm going to focus on kind of capturing the like landscape before I kind of add an extra fun little like, ooh, there's a character there detail. That's a neat idea. I am not opposed to trying that if I have the time or the energy. So, just clear a little room there. All right. Melting. All right. Set this to a multiply layer since there's opaque white on there. And that sketch is nothing currently, so. All right, so first of all, I'm just gonna get a base color to block in everything. I think I'll just use kind of like maybe a cooler green. Just kind of rolling it towards the blues. This might be a bit dark. But basically I'm going to use this as the silhouette that contains all the shapes. and everything will be painted within the shape. And that will allow me to kind of like not have to worry about breaking the boundaries. The sides here have to be precise though, because it is just a pixel that is duplicated over and over and over, so the top and bottom need to be the exact same, which is easy to do. Okay, so I'm just going to block this in. Alright, and it's fine if I just fill this in here. I'm going to use kind of more of a sky blue, I think, across the top, and it could even be cut in with kind of like the idea of there being clouds. Let's see, what is the backdrop color? It is white. Okay, so that could work if I wanted to do something like that. And I do want to kind of create a silhouette of the lagoon on the sides here. It's kind of jagged and rocky on the left side because that's kind of going towards the warpath, where those kind of spiky, fresh mountains have cropped up. And this kind of dips down in here. I'll just use another layer for the sky, make it easier. Alternately, I could just paint the whole thing and like use a crop, like a mask or something to kind of create my edges later on if I wanted, but this is fine. Okay, so now I'm going to do a new layer. This one will be the kind of vibrant blue of the lagoon. I'm just going to quickly lay down these elements to just try and kind of capture the feeling of them. I'm probably going to get a lot more kind of painterly in this creation, where like I'm not using hard-edged kind of brushes and I smear things and I use all one layer and just kind of like a little messier and kind of fluid. But that should be pretty fun. I don't do that very much because the way that I draw mice, I don't tend to kind of use that technique as much. Got a little heavy-handed with that brush there. Okay. All right. So I think if I kind of like extend the water and then have the kind of rocks kind of jutting through it, that'll make it feel quite large. And then I'm gonna get a more kind of rich blue really quickly, not using color dodge, just to kind of like add some color range to that really quick. The rocks themselves, I use kind of really earthy, but still kind of in the green range. So I want to kind of like get the feeling that header illustration has. Probably need to lighten it up a bit. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of using a few layers, but I'll probably merge it all together pretty quickly. Go warmer. when I get lighter with it. Yeah, I'm going to paint pretty loose to start too. Some happy little rocks. Turn the sketch down. Wrong layer. Okay, and then the backdrop I actually want to get that green. And get a pretty rich color. Okay. Should use a more textured brush for something like this, to be honest. Alright. And behind that, I'm going to use very light sky blue. Fade that back even. Cool. Alright. Now the lagoon does have like a lot of kind of like moving water feel in the header, so I'll probably get kind of the water kind of rapid, the waves and stuff built up on it, make it look like it's kind of rushing. Alright. I like the kind of blues that are happening down here, so I might push those just a bit there. And even on the rocks here. Working that up a bit. All right. I'll come back to that. Don't need to go too crazy with it. I don't know about the backdrop there yet. I'll come back to that. I think I'm going to jump down to the bottom frame. So I like this kind of foresty green here. It's hard to see my sketch at all. Okay, turn it up a bit. Alright, so let's get wrong layer again. So just kind of getting the base of the tree there. Kind of capturing that like sunlit spot feeling. Although I'll probably do that as a separate later. Then I can kind of carve into it with the shadows. So I'll use kind of more of a gray blue for now, kind of indicating that it's kind of like being lit from just the environment. Probably be a lot more green in the tree and its shadows and such. Go for like a gray green right now, just to kind of carve out the shapes a bit. And a little bit more blue for areas that are kind of facing skyward. Very saturated brown that I've tossed in there. But I think it'll look good when there's like the light cast on this layer. Okay, and I want that rock to come out over that the kind of clearing, so it breaks that kind of that silhouette. That root can kind of come down a bit lower. Okay. And because this is all dark and in shadow and kind of hidden, I want all the edges and stuff to be lost and kind of obscured. So I'm going to use kind of like a smoothing brush to kind of mash things together, and then I'll go over it with a layer that's just light hitting everything, and then start to erase away. And it should start to look a little more like something. Yeah, like that's kind of where I came from, Terry. Like having the kind of lagoon be at the base made more sense thematically. But the canopy at the top just didn't feel like it was working for me. Maybe if I started to kind of render it out, I would have kind of been able to get it more. But for now, let's try this out. I think, maybe if enough people are kind of wanting to see the other possibilities, we could definitely kind of jump over and try the other sketch out. I'm not opposed to that. So this rock would probably be pretty dark, actually. I'm trying to imagine all these surfaces and how they would look in kind of like dimly lit in this environment. Maybe get like the leather brush here, get some mossy kind of look to it all. Go more brown there. All right. So I think that that's a okay place to start. I'm just going to lose the edge on this here. It's just a little too contrasty. And then also, I feel like we don't necessarily have the scale yet, because like this tree trunk should feel absolutely massive. So I think I need to kind of like demonstrate another tree beside it, make sure to make them feel like they're in the same space so you can compare them. So like a couple of pine trees right beside it. Since in the map, that's kind of what we have going there. All right. It's probably enough to kind of give that feeling that I'm going for. And now we'll start to break into it. Get some light happening in here in a second. That'll really shake things up. Alright. Almost feels like it's underwater right now. So, do a new layer here. And this one's going to be like direct sunlight. So we're going to go boom straight into kind of like the bright orange and yellow and even white probably. use a texture brush for all this probably. Okay. And let's jump on to the base of the tree. I'm just going to pretend the light is hitting like everything it can, and then I'll start to carve out of it. We can do things like bounce light, and also trying to like create kind of almost like rhythm in the shapes, not trying to balance things, I guess. I don't want everything to feel the same, you know, you need contrast in the shapes. Alright, so I'm going to just duplicate this layer so I have it to kind of mess around and go back if I want to. So what I'm going to try is just actually just erasing away, trying to create the feeling of there being kind of like a canopy above blocking out a lot of the light. And because this is laying flat, I need to kind of like come at it from an angle, I guess. Kind of squash it down vertically. We can kind of create a bloom on the light as well. That can cut right across the rock, maybe. Need to get kind of almost like leaves in it as well. So like at the edges of things, I need these kinds of specks. Yeah, this is live. Yeah, because when I like launched it, it had the old date on it, and I only updated that after I started the stream, I believe. Okay, so underside of that will be shaded, but we'll get some like green light bouncing up into that. course, it's flattened out against those surfaces, so like the sides of the roots here are rolling away from us, so it's going to be kind of squashed down where it kind of is rolling away. And then where it's kind of facing towards us, the light's actually kind of like streaking things and stretching shadows along the sides, so these will be kind of like pulled along. And hopefully they're not too crazy how it's clustered. What I should have done is used a masking layer to kind of erase away, because then I could just push and pull and not have to I wonder if I could do that right now actually. So I could grab that, pull it up on this layer, create clipping mask. Done. Easy. Now I can just delete this extra one because I have this preserved. So this is a better way to do it. There you go. So basically working in the mask selection down here on this layer in the bottom right. This is if I want to work on the color of the layer and like the actual pixels. This is if I want to carve into and reveal. So if I paint with black, it kind of hides that section. If I paint with white, it brings it back to the surface. So now I can kind of push and pull wherever I feel like. So if I want to bring a little bit more of this shape out, I can do that. Reveal a little bit more of that edge of the root, because I think I want that to kind of read a little stronger, the silhouette of the tree trunk here. I think I want the whole thing to almost kind of stand out like that, right? Have it kind of like have a defined edge. I might kind of push it back just a little bit too. And I can like soften edges and all kinds of stuff. So much better way to do this kind of light technique where you're not being destructive with the manipulation of it. Alright, so now I'm just going to keep carving away the canopy floor. Trying to remember actually how big the scale is, so these leaves that I'm kind of like speckling in are huge, because I mean like this is supposed to be a regular tree right here, so I don't want to, you know, give the wrong impression, so I need to like maybe make those into clusters of leaves where it's a little bit more kind of like expressing how big these cast shadows are, and might help kind of like set the scale a little better that way. I'm going to use my accent brush just to get harder edged stuff right now. Can't exactly just have leaves floating in the middle of nowhere. They need to be attached to something. Okay. I like just patches of it kind of being revealed. do more of that. Guess now we're onto the rock there. I think they're a little bit too much kind of everything's broken up into a million pieces. I think I need more kind of big areas of shadow and more areas of kind of clean clustering. Let's make that all very clustered over there. Maybe make that shape bigger and more controlled. Close that off even more maybe. Because I want the beams of light to like really be clear. So I might even kind of close these off more. Even though I was just talking about creating a stronger silhouette edge on the tree, I can still do that, but I don't need to do it with kind of like this direct light. It could be bounce light, could be the fog or something on the ground, stuff like that. So knock out a bunch of the light here. I'll have to bring it back on top of the rock, of course. But this will help kind of bring the rock out of the background by like having it be dark, having it be light on dark rather. So it should kind of like pop out of the composition a bit better. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to think of what areas I want to have clustered light. I want it to be nice and focused, I think. So like we'll really hit the rock with it. Like show more of the kind of like top surface of it. I'm actually gonna like go onto the layer itself and like lighten up that whole rock. Okay, and then if I go back to the and I can get like a nice little glow on the edge of the rock, which could look cool. And honestly, like the bottom shaded area of the rock there is probably going to have a nice green bounce light lighting up the underside of it. So I might, I'll probably want to actually kind of have light hit the area around here. So there's more of an excuse to have that bounce light right there. So I'll pull the light up here and push it back here. Okay, I think that feels a little more controlled. And I think I'll bring it up here too. Pull it back here. Yeah, that's starting to feel like a like overgrown canopy where there's just kind of like gaps and the light is kind of coming through there. Need to stretch out these leaves a bit more horizontally, I think. Make sure they're small. Because like this spot on the ground is like kind of the closest to us where we can probably see some clear detail. So that's where I'm going to use the that space to define what these shadows are. Because it's like, this looks like it would be kind of like smushed down dirt and grass and kind of flat, so it'd be able to kind of like have a nice even surface to kind of read the shapes on. So if I define it clearly here, then your brain will just make up the rest of that information elsewhere. So I want to kind of like really have a good, clear read. So that you have the benefit of that. I think even the silhouette of the shape out here could use the same kind of like language where it's kind of like leaves fallen to the ground kind of look. Yeah. And the base of the tree here can kind of do a similar approach where like it'll feel very knobbly and vine-like. Almost like if you just kind of dug it up, right? Suddenly the roots would be exposed and kind of get that feel for the edge of that. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it's kind of neat. You can carve into it a bit. So this little eye there kind of drew too much attention, so just kind of get rid of that. That was kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, I need to remember that the sketch is also darkening the whole thing. I'll probably merge everything together, to be honest. And then I'll already have kind of the values I'm looking at, and then just be able to like paint into it and push and pull. Okay, so the light is not bad. I'm just gonna soften the edge there, having it cast shadow onto the ground. fuzzy that is. Could probably actually get away with it like this. Okay, so we'll go with the light like this right now. And then I'm going to overexpose it, see if that'll look good. So I'm going to duplicate it. Let's try out a layer between, merge that down. Is this going to work how I want it to? No, you know what? There we go. Okay. Let's try that again. Merge that down. I did that. Back to vivid light. No. Let's just try this. See what this does. This is not. I'm doing some experimenting. Actually, let's just do a quick blur. Filter, blur gallery, field blur, I guess. And we'll try 10 pixels, sure. Alright, now let's just see what happens if it is overexposed feeling. Yeah, I don't think this is the way to do it. Let's just keep trying. Keep going with it. Can always check it if it doesn't work. Lighter colors kind of doing it. I'll probably just have to tone everything down significantly. Okay. Eh. Let's knock this back. Don't need it to be so crazy. Where is my eraser? Hello? Hotkeys aren't working? Cool. Doesn't quite look like a rock just yet. Okay. I'm not opposed to what I have going right now. Actually quite like it without the background. Might knock this back even further. Just kind of let the light do all of the explanation. That's probably too much. Certainly needed at the top anyways. But I think I could bring in more of the kind of forest green across this section. Right. Just erase away some of this stuff. I want the edges of the shadows to have some rich color to them. Now, probably use this layer to get my green bounce light going. Too many funky layers. Don't want to merge this layer down yet, but I think I can basically merge everything to this layer. I'm going to clean up the pine trees there because well, maybe I do want these fingers to be separated at least. The crispness of that glow is good too. Maybe I went too far with this one. If I drop this down, is that better? we're bad at actually naming the streams. I think we do it like after the fact. It's kind of inconsistent because like Dave usually, well, I don't know if usually, but like I usually do not bother to kind of like make sure the stream has a name or anything. I just kind of start it without thinking about that. Whereas Dave probably generally deals with that. Alright, yeah, this is the layer. So I hide a bunch of this stuff. Alright, yeah, back down to the kind of like the base shadow layer. Let's grab a texture brush. Draw some sad little trees instead of happy little trees. They should be happy. It's a calm place. Alright, and I'll just cut into those a little bit. Turn off the sketch even. Definitely don't need the sketch for this bottom area, but I'm using it because I'm actually kind of keeping the values from the sketch as a part of it. Alright. I want to make these more obvious that they're like actual pine trees. Creating more kind of volume in the shadows. Because if I have the light kind of overexposed, then the shadows would actually read better. So I could show off some of the kind of gnarly bark on the tree, which I think is potentially a cool thing. Probably want to get more browns into that. Might not need to get that dark with it either. Let's get that kind of like light blue highlight there just for the edges. It's almost like a moss growing on the side. Okay, I think I'm at a point where I'm going to want to just merge so that I can kind of like paint with everything in mind and control it how I want it to look. Move. But I like all the kind of like range of colors and textures I have going on. With the base of the tree here, I'm just gonna blend some of these together a little bit more, so I don't need them to kind of like really pop out at us. I don't want them to grab your attention too much. I want the light to be the captivating thing, but then you kind of like explore and notice all the little kind of intricate interactions. Yeah, all right. So I think I'm happy with the direction the base is going. before I merge, I actually want to mess with the top and get that to a point where I'd be happy if everything was just kind of flattened. Because then I can just kind of like paint and paint. I also want to get those kinds of vines. Do I have a brush that might be good for that? What does my gouache look like? The gouache brush is kind of nice for that. Just getting some catenary kind of like vines. Just kind of drooped along under their own weight. I think I'll try and reserve that color for when it's being hit by the light. So probably not so much down there. Have a vine just kind of dangling along the root there. Maybe not too much of it. All right. There's another one right there. Get just the edge of the light. Nice. I like that. So right now what I'm painting is the journal theme for the Whisker Woods. We're going to be kind of developing some gameplay for it in the future, not immediately, but as we've been kind of working through the original kind of old version of the game, been updating some of the older areas with some more interesting gameplay for people who are new to the game to enjoy and have kind of reason to continue playing because it's bad currently. But yeah, the idea is the Whisker Woods is probably the next candidate for the update. And we've been doing a little bit of ideation for it, so I think it's safe to create something for it. And even if we don't end up kind of making an update for it, we could potentially just toss it into the game, and that could be nice. But yeah, so this is for the Whisker Woods. I think this one would be coming in front, so I can knock this one back a bit. Yeah, I think I don't necessarily need all that much glow right now. I might even turn that off for now. And then like, yeah, even that exposure doesn't feel that great yet. So I might come back to those concepts and do it at the end once I have the light where I want it, and then I'll manually add in that kind of bloom effect and the extra intense highlights here and there, just kind of more controlled, I think. That might be the best way to handle that. Probably the same for that too, to be honest. Although, yeah, that's all just kind of the like lighting path, so I can just probably hide all that for now and then turn it on later, take inspiration from it, and manually do it, or just kind of fiddle with that until I'm happy. So, alright. But right now, I'm pretty good with what we have going down here. I think I'll I keep thinking about wanting to kind of smush all the layers, but I should probably be wary of doing that just yet. I think it's still a little early. Okay, so it's this layer that has the light. And that is done using that whatever it's called. Ooh, vector mask, huh? Is it a vector mask? I don't know why it's a vector. Okay, well, at any rate. This is probably where I need to do this. Just like there's a really dark spot there, and I'm not wanting that just yet. You can manually add in that kind of occluded shadow. So here we go. That feels a little easier to do my own thing with. Cool. I might even punch up the highlight here, just so that when I go to do that cast shadow, or the bounce light, it's gonna make even more sense. Cool. All right, it's not bad. So yeah, the top lagoon portion doesn't feel like it's there yet. And you know what, like, I kind of should realize this sooner, but like, I think the lagoon kind of feel, I almost want it to be more overgrown, kind of like how the bottom is. Because that's kind of what I think of when I hear the word lagoon, just kind of really thick brush and kind of overgrowth and swampy water almost. But this is a very kind of clear and pristine looking. Not that that's a bad thing for it. Let's see. Just want to pull up the map again. Ooh. I might make a coffee in a minute. Okay. Yeah, so on the map, it's got a lot of like thick kind of growth on the mountainous kind of wall that's surrounding it. And it's kind of like closed in feeling on that. The header illustration's a little more kind of open, but like again, if you were in there, you would feel closed in because of all the like thicket and thick thrush everywhere. So, all right, I think I might actually be able to merge. I'm not gonna merge yet. Better safe than sorry. So, yeah, I think I want like the walls to come up more. Yeah, I want it to kind of like close in on the edges a bit. So this side as well could have the rocks coming up. So what layer is that? This layer? Alright, let's do it. So you can use kind of like this dark color here and carry that up from the side. That'll allow us to be very punchy. Wash, quit scratching. Don't need you to get another hotspot. Okay. Yeah, I think that that's kind of the direction I want to go for it, to be honest. Where there's just kind of like these walls of shadow kind of casting onto the edge of the pool there. And then right at the edge of the water, I want that shadow to kind of eat up a bit of that. Although it's reflecting, so I don't want to go too heavy on that. So I want it to be reflecting the sky above, but then, you know, like the edges are kind of closed in a little bit more. I think I'll change the silhouette up there to be a little more jagged, kind of coming in. We could have like branches and brush and stuff like that. That could look nice. Okay. So I'm going to use just kind of erasing some texture into this. Water might be not ideal. I don't think that works so well. But it is done. I might actually use the leather brush to add and increase the flow significantly. So that kind of like feels a little bit more marsh, kind of plants growing in the water's edge, right? It's probably what you'd need at a lagoon. And then I'll go back to erasing it a bit too. So it kind of feels like you're peeking through the thrush and seeing this kind of body of water now. So that's kind of interesting. Back to our texture brush and bring out those like really deep shadows perhaps. That's probably way too far. Go back to something more like that. forward. There you go. I'm probably even going to want to get like some caustic reflection on these rocks on the right. So get kind of like a dull blue kind of, see, the nebula brush might work. I should probably do it on a layer above. Let's get our flow way up. And yeah, punch up the color too. Okay, now if I erase that out, kind of give this feeling like there's the water reflecting the light up onto the rocks, right? Can even get this kind of more rich color going on. And it's like a color dodge would probably work for that, I was thinking. Pin light's not bad either. Hard mix is maybe a bit much. Although if I do hard mix and then lower it down, I think it might just be too dark in general. So I think I'll bring it up to, just leave it at normal for now. It's supposed to be a selection. Get rid of the extra there. And then I think I'll lighten up the rock. So it is a bit much on the shaded side, I think. Tweaking the silhouette here a bit. Okay. Alright, let's lighten up the rock. We'll use textured. Probably get some pretty good light hidden in the sides. Cool. And maybe I'll even leave, no, get a little bit of light on that. Can get some bounce light on the underside of this one though. I'll go kind of nice and warm, rich color. I like to, whenever I have kinda a surface bouncing bright light onto itself, I like to just really saturate its color. Alright, so that's not bad. That rock out in the water is just going to be... I mean, it's going to be quite soaked, so it'll kind of be darker, but with a stronger highlight on it. I don't know if I wanted that there. Oh well. Alright, so the kind of like areas closest to us feel like they're kind of closing in, and that's an interesting effect. I think that works for the kind of feeling, but the background stuff, I'm wondering if that's not quite there yet. Okay. Alright. I think we're getting pretty close to merging everything, but I think the backdrop still might want to shape that just a little bit more. I also don't want to be too demanding to kind of like draw the eye away from the text of Hunter's Journal, so actually I should probably pump this up so I can see it, and then choose a better color for it. It might be alright, actually. Something in that range, perhaps. So if we take a look at the grayscale, you can kind of see how everything kind of reads. So the background, I'm going to kind of shape that more circular, and then probably kind of pull it in a bit more. And then maybe get the top of it to either kind of like close up or be more aggressive, jagged. Then I think we can start to kind of mush everything down and really just kind of do all the kind of like fun little painting details and kind of push and pull things with a little more control and confidence. But right now, it's 3:34. I'm gonna make a quick coffee, and take a break and stretch because I need to do that, and also save because I also need to do that. So there. So I'm gonna be probably be 10 minutes. I don't think 5 minutes is enough to do the full coffee thing. Tried that before. So I'll be back in 5 plus 5. Is there 10? I'll put up a timer, and yeah. BRB. So yeah, I'll put up a timer. You'll know when I'll be back. On short break. See you soon. Boop. Hello. Just stirring up my drink now. All right. So, sorry, I was a minute late. I think I need to give myself 15 minutes instead for those short breaks, because I have to like boil water, grind coffee, pour over, and I'm also making 2 coffees at the same time. So it's a bit slower for the pour. All right. So, fairly happy with what I have going back here. I'm probably going to add a little bit more kind of definition to the backdrop. If it'll let me. Oh, I have that layer locked. Oops. So, just kind of, you know, implying about the different kind of foresty bits back here. Don't need to go specific with it. It's almost kind of more interesting to create a couple of shapes and just let your mind figure out what it is for you without me telling you. Yeah, the idea is this is supposed to be further back and kind of more out of kind of the field of view here, less in focus. Don't want that crisp edge there. Soften that all up there. I just wanted that to feel like an open kind of floor. Okay. Maybe a little bit here to tie these together a little bit more. It's fine for now. Alright, so backdrop. I just need to use this layer. So I was mentioning I want to kind of make this silhouette feel a little bit more closed off. So part of the way I think I can do that is by changing the shape of the water to kind of, instead of being like a big open lake, kind of pull it in at the edges. So let's use that one down a bit too much. Yeah, so now that's kind of closing it in. Anything that kind of cuts into the water, like vertically like this, is actually, considering the angle, is going to be really kind of reaching out into the water significantly. So I got to be very, very kind of gentle with stuff cutting into the top of it. But I do want to have a bit of that. I don't want to go too extreme with it there. I like it kind of breaking the frame a bit. So actually, I think I'll leave that one, pull it down just a little bit. I think I'm going to just get rid of the sketch right now. So it's kind of messing with. No, actually, that's a different layer. What layer is doing that? This one. So I'm just going to erase that off. Cool. Alright, actually I'll bring the sketch back and erase it in a few spots. Because I do want to use the sketch in parts. I think I'm going to dramatically change the background. It just feels like rolling fields in the backdrop there. And though I like that kind of like the value contrast for the lettering here, I just think that the shapes don't feel like the lagoon I want it to be. So I think I want more kind of like of this wall kind of clambering up over the side and casting a shadow onto the water, and just kind of making it feel enclosed a little bit more. Could just be the shapes of this, maybe if they're kind of like pushing forward a little bit more in shadow. That, yeah, just kind of like guarding the water. That might do it. Just erasing the sketch still. I'm just basically using it as one of the value layers. Okay. Do it down here too. I'm mainly going to erase it where there's the light hitting stuff, just to brighten those up. Cool. Alright. Not bad. Alright, you know what? Okay, no, you know, and I keep wanting to just merge everything, but I think there's one thing I really just need to do, and I haven't been doing it this entire time, is just deal with this backdrop here. It's just not the shapes that I need it to be. So you can see what I mean by kind of like making it more aggressive and kind of like shadowing. Just kind of like having it loom over the water instead. I kind of like the idea of it like changing direction to kind of bowl over it. So like in the middle it's kind of mostly just sticking upright. Gotta avoid the tangent there on the apostrophe. Yeah, like in the middle of a crater, that's, I guess, actually the kind of feeling I'm going for with it. Not opposed to that at all. Should probably pull up the map and make sure that it is kind of not going too far from the original design. Yeah, it's pretty mountainous and kind of closed in, so it's not showing it like it is on the map. I mean, I could potentially do that, but I don't necessarily want it to kind of like, you know, crop off at the top, because it's gonna have a white kind of like border around it effectively when it sits on the journal or in its place, and I'm not sure. Maybe it'd look okay if it's just kind of cropped, but I don't know. I might get the feeling better though if it is just kind of like really over kind of shadowed by everything there. So that is more lagoon kind of look, at least the version in game map, if it's like really just kind of covering over everything. So that might not be bad if it's cropped like that, actually. I think I could live with that. I might just manually crop it a little bit on the top and just give a little bit of an edge. But the way that I render it, I could just make it look like it keeps going, kind of like how the tree trunk here is cropped. But it obviously keeps kind of going up. So maybe that's not as bad as I thought. We'll try it. Just really have that kind of like jutting up. And then we can get some nice shaded kind of rocks behind all that. Kinda. And I can really get that kind of lake feeling like it's kind of hidden away. Because that's kind of the effect that I want for it right now. This guy kind of cutting in mostly on the right works, because there is kind of like on the map, it opens up on the right side a bit more. But then also it has the most imposing kind of like shadows and stuff. So I think that has an interesting drama to it. And then maybe I'll even have kind of like the lake mist on the top of the lake or something like that, the lagoon, which will help the lettering to kind of cut out a bit more, stand out a bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna get a lot more kind of vibrance in the water, punch that up, just get some nice kind of life to that. Adjust the kind of the rocks and the silhouette of that. And then I think I could probably merge safely now, to be honest. Yeah, I think we're at a spot that we could do that. Let's see, is there anything else that I need to mess with? This sketch doesn't need to be down there, there, or there, or any of the erased areas. Thank you very much. And just kind of scribble into it, create a gnarly kind of woody texture a bit. And I'll clean that up when I do my pass over everything. Actually, maybe I'll just do that right now to those elements. Maybe that was too much. Yeah, I think it was not quite controlled how it should be. Okay, so clean up all those elements there. And then if I'm going to erase that kind of value layer that the sketch provides, I want to actually like do it with some sense in mind. I was just kind of scribbling around on it, but that actually just kind of like destroys the volume because there's no kind of like shape to it at all. So if I am going to do that, I should think of kind of like the actual kind of like shapes of the surface and try and work with those. So like the roots would be kind of like, you know, round and bulbous and like, so I want to kind of like match that. And I really don't even need to erase a lot of this, just kind of seeing if I can add a little more good texture. I do want to make sure it is not on any of the highlighted areas. So I want those to be bright and punchy, but I can always just kind of paint over it, and will paint over it with a nice kind of punchy highlight color. So that's fine. I'll probably add a lot of shadow back into this, to be honest, because if I look at this in grayscale, it's a little messy. It's hard to kind of read some of the shapes. Some of it's not bad, but some of it is kind of needing a little bit more resolution. So I'll do that. That'll be easy. That is not shadow stuff. That's fine to leave, actually. I'm going to merge it all down. Okay. Let's see. Do we want to do anything with the water first? Nah. I'm gonna just have fun with kind of doing a lot of this stuff manually. I don't necessarily get to kind of paint landscapes very much, and I do actually kind of enjoy it. So let's see. Just kind of go through each of the layers, see if there's anything that I need to change. There's that sky, that's fine. I can just carve the top silhouette after the fact. I don't like that these values are kind of meeting up the way they are. So I'm just gonna smush that out of there. These need to be cleaned up because originally they were working with the silhouette that I had carved, but I added kind of back into it, and that kind of lost their kind of clean shapes because of it. We'll resolve those. That's all the lighting stuff. I can bring that back when I get there. That's another sketch entirely. All right. Just kind of curious to see this all come together one layer at a time. Okay, yeah. I can't merge it with these three here. Boom, merged. All right, I did it. Managed to erase that somehow, but I can fix. All right, so now I've kind of created an element that I can just kind of paint into and away from. A lot of people do not want to work this way, most people probably, because having layers that you can manipulate makes things a lot easier, but I am weird and don't like that. I prefer to just paint over things. But for what I had done before, the layers made it easier. Okay, so the water here, I'm gonna come in and just kind of add the shadow from the kind of cliffs above. And again, like, because I had layers before, I could do all this without worrying about kind of painting over the rocks here. But I'm beyond that now. Can't go back. I could, but I'm not gonna. And then also, like, getting the reflections on the water is good too. I can mostly focus on kind of just getting the light reflecting into it, because that's kind of more what the water is going to want to pick up on. And also because I have the text up here, I don't want to have it be too dark. So I want the text to stand out on it. Awesome. That hotkey is the worst. Hang on, I gotta activate a thing that cancels out that hotkey. Where are you? There we go. Okay, so I shouldn't hit that hotkey anymore. I'm gonna bring up the text. I might drop this rock just because it is potentially where that text is gonna land, and I don't want that to be a weird artifact. Just have a little bit of a space for that. Same with like the H. I just want a little bit of room for that to read better. The inside of the A might need to brighten up. There we go. Okay. Now, can capture some of the intensity of the water, how it's kind of flowing and wavy. So capture those kinds of, you know, the peaks and the water moving around, catching the light a little more, but also kind of like darkening and having kind of deeper shadows. Okay, so one of the things that the map has is like the base of the rocks around here all are kind of like covered in growth and green. So I want to kind of capture that feeling. Got some nice light kind of hitting the edges of the rocks here. It's a little too yellow. Hitting the edges of the rocks, but only kind of just a little here and there. It's also creating a lot of contrast up here, which I think I want to pull back on a bit. So I'm just going to take some of this kind of like blue and kind of cast it up into the rocks. It's almost kind of creating this interesting mist feel, which I think is appropriate for where you find the Hydra mouse. Very magical kind of water. So just kind of create a little bit more whimsy in it. And then by kind of creating this fogginess to it, it hides the backdrop a bit more, because there's the watery blue, the light and shadows kind of coming to us from that backdrop area is going to kind of come through this environment and like shift hues into the blue a little more. So I might even actually use a brush that is just for that. So like I switched it to hue. So now it just kind of like takes the same values, everything, and just kind of goes into the blues a little more. That kind of has like a nice kind of like closed off feeling where it's, you know, this hidden place. Okay, I might even get a little bit more kind of white and yellow on the surface of the water over here, where I imagine there's kind of like light actually hitting the water, which would probably be in a lot of spots, but just to kind of add to it, I think. Although that's kind of taking away from the reflection a bit, so I might pull that back. Alright, and then I'm going to use my smoothing brush to just kind of smudge some of these textures together. I just don't want the edges to be so defined. Just have that foggy effect. Cool. Alright, that's feeling kind of nice, magical. Alright, cool. I think that's alright. I think I'll actually even play with the mist more on the text, but I think I'll save that till the end. Just get a little bit more definition going on. These rocks over here. Just kind of resolve them a little more, figure out what they're trying to do. Alright. Just getting some interesting lost and found edges. really feels like it's kind of closing in on that. Light bouncing off of the rocks and the water and each other. Oh, thank you very much. Having fun with it. That's the important part. Okay. Probably get some more greenery growing between the rocks. Kind of makes it look like algae growing. Alright. Cool. I'm actually pretty happy with how that looks right now. So let's give this a flip actually. I don't generally flip these, but it may help me kind of like see things for what they are. So I've been looking at it for a while. Alright, let's see. So I might extend this shape down just a little bit more here. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate the kind comments. control that rhythm a bit more there. Yeah, I don't know when we're going to be able to put this one up. Hopefully not too long. It's like we haven't like actually started the HUD for it or anything, so it could still be a while, especially if we're you know, we managed to kind of like get the green light on the new area. We'll probably want to gear right into that full, so it could be bit of a delay on this one, unfortunately. Or we just kind of like throw it into the shop and you guys can enjoy it. We'll see. As some of you might be aware, this was not the planned design to work on today. So it is what it is. So I wonder if I want to kind of like play with this edge a bit more. Probably benefit from doing that. Just kind of sheared at the top. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. I don't know. It might be weird because it'll look like a flat cliff. It's like kind of one way to look at it is if it's white, right? You can see kind of what that's going to look like and see how kind of flat cut it is. Like it's not bad. I don't know. I don't hate it. It might not be bad like that. It just kind of like looks a little more interesting than just kind of like a harsh slice. Meh. I like that. I think that's kind of cool. All right. Give it a save. Okay, so I'm actually pretty pleased with the top panel now. There's a couple more things I might play with, but this is only viewed at a certain resolution anyway, so I don't need to go crazy with it. The text, I think, could be a little kind of darker. So we'll go by value. But I like there being kind of this mist that overtakes the bottom a bit. So if I do this, maybe that's something. Gotta get just a little more kind of rich blue into some of the edges. Yeah, I think we always kind of like purposefully crop the tops. So I just feel like it adds consistency to do that. I'm actually going to put a little layer on top. And I'm thinking, what would it look like if we had just like a little kind of puff? That's very strong. Does this work? Probably not, but I'm going to just experiment really quick. Just wondering what it looks like with just the lettering having just a little mist coming off the tops. I think I'll go more towards the white. Almost like it just rose out of the water and there's just the mist kind of vaporing off of the lettering. A little more blue. Adds a little bit of volume to the lettering as well, which is potentially a good thing. Potentially. image it on the right side of the letters. It just gives it a little bit of volume. Why not? Okay, so let's see it with and without. So that's without, that's with. Not a huge difference. In fact, I kind of like it, but what I'm going to do is hide it on the right side as if it's caught in the shadows. Same with the like text itself. What if I just kind of grab that dark blue and just boom. Doesn't quite do it. Yeah, I will still hide it over here, I think. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks like the lettering is almost rising out of the water. What I could do might be a bad idea, but maybe I'll just do a reflection instead. There we go. And if I want to take this even a step further, if I just add a little bit of, let's do it on a new layer. Little kind of like highlight there. Make it look like it's actually in the water or touching it. Knock that back. And yeah. Sweet. Boom, reflections in the water. kind of like the feeling of it rising out of the water like a monster. It's kind of fun. All right. Oh, everything is cracking. Well, we're coming up on 5 o'clock, but we're actually really close to done, so I might finish it early. Wouldn't that be novel? Okay, I'm actually pretty pleased with the top piece now. Give it a save. Just kind of hide everything around me so you can kind of view it a little better. So I always forget that like this corner where my camera is here is like cut off. I can see it just fine. That's actually where I like to work sometimes. So I need to be more aware that that's something you guys are trying to look through. Cool. I wonder. Just getting a little bit of blue. Just do a new layer in case I don't like it. A little bit of blue, like up on the insides of this, to kind of draw the eye, kind of like more up here, and it kind of pops out a bit more. Where the word starts up. Kind of want it to feel more kind of like, actually I should probably get more kind of caustic lighting up in here, at least down near the edge of the water. Probably don't want to go too crazy with it, but I'd pull that back just a bit. Yeah, so if it starts kind of blue thread through the whole thing, let's go a little bluer. A little more like this, maybe. Okay, you know what? Need to. There we go. It was just kind of painting outside of the silhouette a little more than I wanted it to. There we go. So there's just kind of a little more blue in that. And that's kind of like the blue that's in the text a little more so. So that kind of like pulls the viewer through the image a little better. Like in the shadows, having this kind of blue. Maybe not right at the base of it though. Sure. Okay. So yeah, it kind of draws the eye down here. Not that it's a big concern to kind of do that, especially since what's below is like the hunter's journal. Kind of want to get just like a ledge between the journal entries and the illustration. So I'm just gonna kind of plop down just a line there, and then everything can kind of sit on top of that in an interesting way. And like I'll even have it kind of like have the water feeling like it's like touching and cutting against the side here. Yeah, so it's murky and like soggy. Like all this kind of plant matter is just like soaked in the water here. Yeah, now I feel like I'm almost kind of like wading through the water. Let's see that before and after. Yeah, like I feel like that just kind of creates a little more interest. I'm actually going to erase just the tops of what I did up here. I just want it to be like right at the ledge of the water and on the left side. So there. Yeah, kind of like that. Let's see that in grayscale. I think that reads pretty well. Cool. I should do more of these. They're fun. Okay. So now, I think I just want to hit the bottom one with the lighting. Probably add a little texture, a little kind of like a little more volume and control of the values on the tree. I think it's a little too lost right now. But other than that, we're real close. So we can just use this layer. It's a normal layer. Let's give that a save. And so for the top of the rock, I'm going to go more into the grays, a little more yellow. Actually, no. Keep it where it was. Let's see how this looks. So one of the things about the rock here is in the map image, there's like, let me take a quick look again. There's like a bed of flowers below it. So I think I want to try and capture that. And also maybe I need to tilt the rock up a little more. Merge this down. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, and let's tilt it up a bit. Sure. So get that kind of like bright behind it to carve out the silhouette of it even better, but like because it's so lit underneath, can have that kind of bright bounce light underneath, which looks cool. Okay. I'm just gonna create a little more kind of shape, I think, to the rock, and just try and make it feel a little bit more like the one on the map. So if I did that, there would be kind of more of a notch here. This would probably be catching that light. A little bit of that. And kind of the base of it here. So let's take a quick look at this in grayscale. I want to make sure that it's, you know, lit realistically. So I'm gonna brighten this up a bit. Okay, that feels a little more kind of like how the rock should, I think. And see what he's cooking under here. Get my occlusion brush going. Right underneath. Boom. So then, yeah, if we kind of like jump back to the colored version, seems all right. Okay. Can get some pretty strong green reflecting in here, to be honest. It's a little funky. It's probably too much. Yeah. Pull that back. That might be okay there. set of eyes. Okay, the rock is okay. I think I need to get those flowers in there right now, otherwise I won't at all. So get like a little mound, because that's what the map is. Then we got some colors going on in here. Let's see. Actually, I'll do this on another layer. Got some white, some yellow. Okay. Okay. I'll just leave it like that. All right, so the tree. Tree, I think, does need just a little more shape. So if I start with just a luminosity brush, just kind of deepen and darken some areas. This is at least feeling a lot more kind of gnarled and nubby than when we started. Okay, let's see if that looks good with color. It's fine. So, going to define some of these shapes just a little better. Okay. I'm actually going to punch up the light a bit now. Use a fully opaque brush for this. And then inside the areas where there's light kind of cast out, I'm just going to fill flat color here. And that should kind of give this effect of it being like washed out. Go a little brighter. Maybe that's too bright. That might be good. It's like overexposed, right? And when we come back and we like add a layer over top of kind of just a glow, I think that'll be when it really kind of like pops and looks awesome. and that kind of like the light rays coming down through the canopy as well. Just one of those things that I think will really add to it. Now I don't think the overexposure is going to work across the grass so much. So what I think I'll do is just kind of like put it on here, see if it looks okay. But what I might try is just like a gradient that kind of wipes it out. That might actually do something kind of cool. Ooh, actually, because of this vine, I'll do it on a new layer just so that it's easy to adjust. Just gonna have that kind of, so you can actually see where it's coming down and that angle of the light. It doesn't need to be quite as strong, but it's also there. Okay, so now if I take this and put a mask over it, and then take a gradient and just kind of try this out, maybe I can kind of wipe it out in a nice way. Maybe not. This is not bad. Definitely going to want the rock to have some pretty extreme exposure though. Probably the strongest. Okay, so I think that's kind of how I want it to look for now. Now let's try kind of getting the glow, or let's start with the fingers of light kind of casting down. Actually, no, let's start with the glow. Let's do the glow. Where's my occlusion brush? This might be a good one. And then let's try soft light. And let me change my brush size, please. Oh, okay. Fine. Photoshop. And I'll save just in case. There we go. Let's get like real orange. Get this kind of like buzzing glow happening on it. This should be underneath the highlight, though it should just build on top of it, so it shouldn't be a bad thing if it's over top. Yeah, I want it like at the edges of the canopy here. So that it kind of like brings the warmth into the edges of the shadow, right? Actually just try like different brush right here. Just to really kind of punch it in. And then I can use my smoothing brush to kind of soften it. Get a bit of bounce light on the back there. Yes. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay, alright, so now I'll try using kind of like the smudge brush and just kind of soften some of those edges a little bit more. Don't need to go too crazy in every spot. I am liking the effect it gives. It adds a nice kind of rich warmth to it, especially in the shadows. It feels really nice to kind of see these worms kind of dancing around, bringing some life to it, right? Just bouncing around in the cracks and nooks. Yeah, I'm actually also pretty pleased with it. I figured it might have a nice effect, but I didn't expect it to work as well as it is, to be honest. I'm quite pleased. Yeah. Alright, so that's pretty neat. I'm also going to do that kind of like light raise just a little bit, do it on its own layer, and let's just see if we get kind of a good color for that. Let's try that, and we'll use maybe, probably not an overlay, but we'll start with that for now. Okay, let's use something else. Okay, so soft light kind of worked okay, but I actually want to be able to see it more. So lighten is actually not as bad as it looks. So if I kind of like lower the opacity of it, that might do it. And then we can kind of like actually, you know, erase into it, soften it down a lot. I really think I want to make sure it's a subtle thing. Don't need to go too ham-fisted with it. And I kind of like it being closer to the surface so that it's more like there's just a light kind of mist that's kind of rolling along the bottom that's catching those rays. At the same time, I want just enough definition that you do notice it, but breaking it up a bit. But I really need to kind of like try and make sure to preserve the angle. We'll try turning the layer on and off and make sure that it's an improvement, because it might actually just be adding noise and distract from the image. Like maybe the soft light was the way to go, and then like even having it as light a touch as this, so there's just the smallest hint of that kind of like glow coming from it, or being cast down onto it. And actually, I really like, I didn't even intend for this, but I suppose subconsciously perhaps I was doing that, but having this kind of like cool and warm kind of like versions of it is a nice effect. Yeah, no, we scrapped working on the white mouse. There was a little too much controversy. Although it would just be an asset update and not a repaint. Just kind of a little kind of HD revitalizing of the exact same piece of art. I'm gonna have to kind of like, we'll have a conversation in the office, make sure that we're doing it how we want and need it to be done, because it is an iconic character and I can't just go around and change that on people. That would not go over well. So instead, made a pretty journal, because this is just a thing that we haven't really done in a while, and why not? I like it. And that actually might be it. Let's take a look at this on and off. Okay, that's not bad. Let's see it with the soft light. Or even the overlay isn't terrible. Yeah, there's just a hint of it kind of coming off. It's not bad. So the soft light. Barely noticeable. I do kind of want to be able to see it a little bit. This is a bit much here, I think. But the lighten, color dodge isn't bad with it this low. Well, it's pretty intense actually. The vivid light has an interesting effect on the colors. And pin light as well is quite pretty. Alright. Still waiting on Fort Rock's journal theme. There's quite a few journal themes that should exist and do not yet. They're just like a bunch of bugs. Alright, so I think the lighten... Okay, so lighten has a little more color. Screen's just a little brighter. Color dodge, it's too yellow actually. Lighter color's not bad. Overlay, you don't see the beam. Hard light is fine, but it's a little maybe less controlled. Vivid light's kind of cool because of the reds and stuff, but again, it's kind of a little too much perhaps. Linear light's quite nice actually. Pin light has like a good warmth to it though. So pin light and lighten. So lighten's a little more yellow, it has less of that warmth, whereas pin light has that kind of like nice warm. Like I feel like, you know, that would be a nice toasty kind of like rock, whereas the shade is nice and cool and refreshing. So I'm kind of into the pin light. I think maybe I'll try it at like a little less opacity. And there we kind of lose the beam altogether. It's just a little too dim. Maybe 25. You kind of get the glow coming off of it. Alright, so lighten, you really do see the beams though. So you still see the beams. Less of that warmth though. Those hard mix, definitely not. Okay. Pin light. At 30? 30 you see the beams. 30, not 62. Although that looks kind of cool. 32. That might be the magic number right there. So let's pop that on and off. Just a little more kind of warmth under the whole range here. Do we need to pull this back at all? It's a little more controlled. 75. With the combination of them, it kind of like amplifies it, right? So you have this kind of like vivid light, kind of the beams coming in, and then this kind of glow around the overexposed spots. But then them combine, it just punches the color, and I think that's fun. And then we have like a little cast shadow from the vine, just a little context there. Highlights on the rock, the actual overexposure, which I'm happy with. Wondering if I should go even whiter with it. What would that look like? Why is it? Oh, eraser. Why is that going blue? That's what happens if I go pure white. That's like crazy overexposed, right? I think it's good where it is. That's pretty intense. Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this actually. I'm just gonna smush it all down. Boom. Nice. Alright. So I'm actually going to get just a little bit of reflected light on the bottom of this vine just because I saw that and I'm like, I want that. And these kind of pine trees are like very sad and lazy. So maybe I'll just get a little bit of kind of volume into them. Or not. Yeah. It's got enough that you can see that there's shelving of the branches. Cool. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with that. I just thought of something right now really quick though. Actually like what this shadow right here is doing on the water. And because we're at such a low angle, I feel like, what if we could like see into the side of the water at particular angles? It's a bit darker down there. So that's not working. Not quite. Go. Pull it back. Kind of works on that wave right there. That's about it. I think it just needs to be like really steep angle and close to us. Yeah, I don't want it to get too far away from that kind of magical water feeling. So I'm actually just going to brighten that one up. Nice. Just get like a little kind of light glow on the water here. Is this bad? Is this good? Yeah. Okay. I think that's that. And it's done by 5:30. Not bad. I want this journal theme. Okay, so let's see. So 700, 372. Don't remember how that all works. Guess we'll see. So exporting. Probably width of 700. That's the full kind of wide journal, I guess. Guess that makes sense. So export Whisker Woods, PNG. Oh, you know what? It's sliced up. That's right. Okay, so let's give this a save. I need to export using the old method, which allows me to actually slice up stuff. And so that should be at 50%. Yeah, 700 width. Okay. Save all slices, all user slices. Whisker Woods. Save. And now the 370 whatever. I guess that's kind of like the mini in the regular kind of journal, so 372. Seems small. 26.57% of this is weird. Who knows why I made it that way, but it is that way. All right, save, and this one should be the small. All user slices. Awesome. Cool. Okay, well, I'm gonna just take a quick shot of that. Actually, I guess I did already. Although posting it online, let's see, 960 is kind of the size that doesn't get weirdly compressed. So do that. That looks nice. And 960 PNG. Now and I can post to my page. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my art page. Alright, that's not my art page. Almost done, you guys. Just gonna post it, link it, and we're good. Sent folder, add photos. Journal theme. Whisker Woods. There's the image. Just trying to think of how to describe the day. Okay. And get the Larry link in there. Copy. Paste. And post. Whew. All right, let's see if this is good. Got a little bit crunchy and compressed, but oh well. Cool. Okay, so just post this in the chat. There you go, friends. Okay. It was a real interesting stream, everybody. I really hope that you guys all had a good time. Thank you, as always, so much for hanging out with me. I always really appreciate the company and the feedback. I had a lot of great feedback today. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for sticking it through and kind of like being a part of this creation. And I hope you all have a safe and happy weekend. Happy hunting, everybody. I'll see you in probably 2 weeks. So until then, take care and